What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? Welcome to RossonARI TV. We had the first game of the preseason. Fonseca's official first game against Rapid Wien, an Austrian team that I'm honestly not familiar with. But we got familiar with them today. Game ended 1-1. We saw a little bit of what we might see in the future as far as tactics, as far as style. Definitely, we have a first impression. We definitely have a first impression, and we can talk about the first impression. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. The first impressions of Fonseca's Milan. Now, of course, it is just the first game of the preseason. The main players are still not all in at Milanello. Still a lot of players left to go. But for me, the thing that stood out was the system. That's what I had my eyes on today. So this team, by the way, that we played against, Rapid Wien, is a team that starts their season next week officially. And if anybody was wondering why they were running faster, why they seemed sharper, is because they're at the end of their summer preparation. Their summer preparation is pretty much done. They start their official competitions next week, and that is something that definitely makes a difference for sure, as far as sharpness, as far as quality. But let's get straight into it. Guys. As an official operating partner of Redbird, I'm going to bring to you my thoughts and my review so far of the game. Well, first of all, the first thing that I noticed is the 4-2-3-1. Which is extremely similar to Pioli. The first thing that I noticed was, hey, I'm watching on Pioli. If this is Pioli, this is literally Pioli without the interchanges, without the little intricacies that he put into his 4-2-3-1. It's basically a very basic, what we saw in the first half at least, was a basic 4-2-3-1 that turns into a 3-1-5-1. Which is exactly what Pioli did. And that was weird. It was weird to see that we're playing exactly the same as Pioli was playing. Now, again, I know this is the first game, so there's still a lot to be shown. But my first impression is that Fonseca is a bootleg version of Pioli. He is a lesser version of Pioli. He is a Pioli minus something. And honestly, the truth is that we kind of knew this already. Okay, like we knew we didn't get Ancelotti. We knew we didn't get Guardiola. We knew we didn't get Conte. We knew that we got a coach that in Italy struggled. Well, I mean, he was normal. A coach that we saw, a coach that we knew. A coach that has not been sought out by the biggest teams in Europe. He's a coach that went to Ukraine, that went to France, and now finds himself coaching one of the greatest football teams that has ever existed in the history of the sport. He kind of landed this job simply because of his attitude towards a modern style of management. Algorithms and data and all this bullshit. He talks the language of Redbird. He talks our language. So that's why he's a perfect fit for us. But let's also be honest. So far, what we saw today is a bootleg version of Pioli. Nothing different. Absolutely nothing different. Of course, I'm curious to see what the team is going to look like once they get a little bit sharper. I'm curious to see what the team looks like when they play against Real Madrid and Manchester City coming up, and Barcelona. I think we're also playing against Barcelona, if I'm not mistaken. We're playing against some pretty big teams coming up. So I'm curious to see what we look like there. But overall, My first impression is that yeah, it's really what I thought from the beginning. What I've been saying from the beginning. Nothing is going to really change. Things are going to remain pretty much the same. Fonseca wasn't a genius yesterday, and he's not a genius today. All of a sudden, so things aren't going to change. I don't think we really did an upgrade towards Pioli. From what I saw today, it looks like a downgrade. But of course, this is just the first game. My impression is that Fonseca is really going to need his Portuguese boy to fucking bring the heat. He's really going to need Leao to bring the heat for him because I don't think Fonseca is going to be able to do anything special. It's really going to be up to the individual players. It's going to be up to the Leao to do his thing. It's going to be up to Morata, to Pulisic, and these guys here to do their thing and kind of take the team, put it on their shoulder. I don't think we're going to see anything new tactically. I don't think we're going to see anything new as far as mentality also. I'm not seeing Fonseca being anything special mentality-wise. I mean, God, fuck. It is exactly... We knew who this guy was. Why am I even trying to fucking pretend that this guy is any different? God, I hate fucking Twitter and Milan fans just fucking pumping up people because... Whatever. We knew who Fonseca was. Nothing has changed. He's exactly the same. He's the guy that we thought he was. Now let me talk a little bit about individuality. Then I'll come to the chat. So as far as the players today, the first half, there were a lot of youngsters. Let me start with Shaka Touré. First half, non-existent on his side. Him and Terracciano really struggled to develop anything, so they were pretty much non-existent. You might as well not even have both of those players there. Everything was happening more so towards the right side. So Terracciano, Shaka Touré, I would say a negative for them. I'll give them a 5 out of 10 for both of them. Defensively speaking, who started the first half? Gabbia, Chao, and Calabria. They were the ones that kind of became the three at the back. So one thing though that we saw today is that we didn't see the 2021 Pioli version of the 4-2-3-1 where he would use a midfielder to become a third in the back. He used the fullback. Calabria essentially did not go forward. He stayed pretty much back as a right center back. So we saw the newer version of what Pioli was doing by keeping all the defenders in the back without doing any interchanges with the midfield. Calabria had some really bad moments, and I'm sure people will meme them and will talk shit about Calabria like they love to do, as always. Gabbia and Chao, they struggled. They didn't have much help. In the midfield, you had Pobega, Ali. Ali had some decent diagonals. He had some decent diagonals. Some nice long balls here and there. Overall, both Ali and Pobega are really shy. Never really. The first half, we fucking stayed in our own half. Every time we had the ball, we were in our own half. We could not fucking move a meter away from the mid. We just were playing goalkeeper, defender, goalkeeper, fullback, back to defender, back to goalkeeper. Both Ali and Pobega did not show and did not give anything. Chukwueze, I thought he was really poor. Chukwueze, every time he gets a ball, you might as well pray and hope something happens. I mean, we've seen Chukwueze do much better, but today against these opponents, Chukwueze should be fresh. He should be fit, but really poor from Chukwueze. Everything he tried to do things, but just too frantic. I would say pretty negative performance for Chukwueze. And then you had Colombo in the first half, who was non-existent. He never touched the ball. The ball never got to him. The first half was a complete, utter failure in every regard. The only positive note for me, this is my fucking opinion, my only positive note for the first half is that Liberali being 16/17 seems to be good to play with the adults. And if he's good to play with the adults, that means that Camarda is good to play with the adults. I liked Liberali. I actually liked Liberali. I liked what I saw. If only he had a normal team around him to play decent football, we would have seen something better. But first half, first impression was Fonseca is a lesser version of Pioli, just like how he always used to be. Nothing has fucking changed. He is doing a very basic 4-2-3-1, and he's going to need the good players. He's going to need the first team players. It's for sure. He's going to need Leao to save his ass every fucking game. That's what it looks like. Second half, we saw a little bit more of the first team starters, if you call it so. A little bit better the second half. So Tomori Kalulu, let's start with them too. Actually, they had a really poor game, both of them. A very disorganized, not very tidy on the ball, far from being fit or whatever it is. Even these two guys should be pretty fresh. They didn't do anything, you know. I don't know. Anyway, they looked to struggle a little bit. Jimenez, who is most likely going to be Theo Hernandez second, he was struggling also. He wasn't great. Then you had Bakane on the right, the Italian-Moroccan kid, and also him. The second half defensively was really poor. All four players were really poor. There was improvement in the midfield with Benacer and Florenzi, and there was improvement there just because those two players are a little bit better than Ali and Pobega, much better actually. So we saw a little bit there, but nothing special. It's always the same shit. The big surprise is Salamakers. Salamakers looked like he was the player that is in the most in form. He looks ready. Salamakers looks like he's ready to go. I liked what I saw from Salamakers. It's the usual Salamakers of old, energetic, always willing to fight, no matter what, always willing to try, and he looks a little bit more organized, a little bit more. It looks like he's developing in a good player. Salamakers, I thought, was maybe one of the best players today, in my opinion. Then on the other side, we had Cuenca, who was an interesting player on the right side. Salamakers was on the left. Cuenca on the right. Not so much from Cuenca. Some good moments from Cuenca. He showed a little bit of aggression, but overall, Cuenca really struggled to get anything done. The second half, everything shifted towards the right side because you had Salamakers that was kind of took over the attack and thrust, while on the first half it was on the right side, while in the second half it was on the left side. Kind of things were going through Salamakers mostly. But then you had Maldini and Loftus-Cheek basically play attacking role. Second half was a 4-4-2 with Maldini and Loftus-Cheek up top. So already there, fucking Fonseca changing things up. That was crazy. That's interesting that he opted to do that. He went for the basics. He went completely for the basics. I think he was a little bit scared to lose the game, but he went for the basics. Maldini looked okay. He looked good. He had some good moments. He's growing into a good player. Salamakers looked good. Florenzi had the goal. Benacer had the goal. Actually, I made this observation. The goal that we scored, which was a nice goal, The ball was stolen by Salamakers, and he had a very good job in controlling the ball, bringing it to the middle, and then filtering the ball through. Then the ball went to Benacer. Benacer had the hockey assist to Maldini, and Maldini had the assist to Florenzi. That was the best play of the game, and it did end up in a goal. All four of those players are players that my boys at Redbird want to get rid of. Salamakers apparently is not good enough for Milan. I don't know why, but he's not good enough for Milan. He needs to go. Benacer is on his way out. There was actually reports just that came out yesterday that he's most likely going to be sold, going to Saudi, and that's why they want to bring in Fofana and Samardzic. They want to bring in two midfielders, so obviously some midfielders are going, and it looks like Benacer is going to be going. Then Maldini can't be at Milan because under this Redbird, it is we got directive as operating partner of Redbird. I can assure all of you guys that are listening that no Maldinis are allowed at Milanello. He is there because he needs to be there, because he's contractually obligated to be there. But don't worry, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get rid of him as soon as possible. The name of Maldini is not welcome at Milano. He's not welcome in this squad. We do not like his name. We do not like his bloodline. So don't worry, guys. Do not panic. We're going to get rid of him really soon. Really soon, you're not going to see that shit-ass name Maldini in a Milan shirt again. We here at Redbird are going to do our best to make this happen as soon as possible. And anyway, so that he is the guy that got the assist. And then the goal scorer, Florenzi, is a guy that Fonseca hates, that Fonseca doesn't want in the team. So it is kind of ironic that the best moment of the game was created by four players that they want to kick out. So interesting stuff. Overall, it's just the first game. Let's see how the shit develops. But yeah, that is my first impression. It's basically we have a bootleg version of Pioli. What's up, man?
Bro, it's good, man. So let me hop in here real fast with it.
All right,
what's
go
up,
ahead.
man?
I said everything I needed to say, so it's your turn.
No, I haven't even heard anything. I don't even know what's going on other than that shit game I watched earlier today.
Yeah, I spoke about the game. How are you doing?
I watched half of it. Yeah, I'm good, man. Shit. I don't know, man. What I wanted to add here is that you know, I'm seeing the same excuse. I've seen this movie before though, right? Like the past summers. Like, oh, the fitness level is just a fitness test match. We can't draw a conclusion. All of our players are out. But at least they should be. It means the bar is really low. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't care at this point. It's really low. Let's say even if it's year 5 of the project or year 1 because Janik Arnal is in. It's just looking at that because you're telling me if Madrid goes and plays Vienna, for example, right? I'm not saying on the same level. Do you think they're having a draw or you think that's going to be the outcome of the game? They might win, but it might not be.
I don't think so. I think they win the game.
That's what I'm saying. So even me looking at that, I'm like, dude, what the fuck am I looking at? And then the guy like Florenzi that's supposed to be out the door, he's your goal scorer. That's alarming.
All four guys that created the goal. All four guys that created the goal are supposed to be out the door.
So what are you telling me? Because it's not like we have 11 players that are out, right? There's only Leao, Maignan, Rangers, Hernandez, like our significant players. This is the ones that are out. Well, who else are we? Who else are we really? Crazy.
It's Leao. Well, okay. So the players that weren't available are Leao, Okafor, Morata, obviously, Pulisic.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Pulisic.
Reinders, and that's it.
And then Musa as well, right?
Oh, Maignan, Musa, and Theo. Yeah.
Right. But still, like our second bench, I mean, an Austrian team, like, come on. Like, all I'm going to say is too early. We can't draw conclusions, but I think the frustration is not even built display of the game, but mainly of the lack of activity, first of all, in the market, because there's all these links, and then seeing that, if you put that in the same bucket, you know, it creates some. It's alarming. That's what I would say. It's really alarming, right? It's really alarming because it's like, dude, there's so much stuff that we need to answer. You know, there's so much positions that need to be addressed. We still don't have a solid DM going into the market. I don't know, bro. I don't know what they're seeing. Maybe we're not seeing the same way, but
Well, they want to bring in Fofana to cover the muscle, right? So we got to see if they can do it.
Yeah, but even that, man, it's just. I'm looking at this like this reminds me when Gianpaolo first took the realms of Milan, right? And remember, like those first, like we just did.
Wait, are you saying this is a Gianpaolo-esque situation?
It's giving those vibes. I'm not saying it's the S population. Yeah, but it's giving those type of vibes. It's giving this type of vibes.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really poor for me too. I don't know. You said you only saw half of a game. What did you see? The first half or second half?
No, I saw second. Well, like solid makers and.
How did you compare it with what? I mean, I know again, it's just a first game. It's not the greatest question, but let me ask you anyway. How did you compare with Pioli? Because for me, it looks the same.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It's actually me going even back to the Gianpaolo. It's like even with the Pioli, like ever since Maldini and these guys been in charge, like we never had good preseasons. That we never came off the preseason, right? Being confident and be like, oh no, this year we're gonna cook or it's gonna be good. It was always like a question mark. It's always like I'm not sure about this guy. I'm not sure about that guy. It's the same thing, and we play against these same Eastern European teams. I mean, I know it's an Austrian team. I mean, Austria for me is Eastern Europe. You know, it's the same type of melt that you see, lack of urgency. How do you explain to me? Look at Kalulu on that.
Hey, Clint. Are you on headphones or something?
Yeah. Well, you can barely hear me.
No, I hear you, but then all of a sudden you kind of
noise.
Go far away. You know.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me just put on regular speaker.
All right. So
can you hear me now? Yeah. Can you hear me clearly now?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. So like I was saying, it was like, you know, it's similar as like those other preseasons we did. Now I'm looking at people like Tomori, you know, Kalulu and all that. Yeah, Kalulu and all that stuff. It's like, okay, what are you guys doing, right? Like I'm looking Kalulu on the last goal. It's like, bro, you've been at Milan how many years now? Like I'm not seeing. I know it's the first game preseason. Let me not get ahead of myself, but I'll give the slack to maybe the Primavera players. You know, those veterans like Tomori and all that. You guys didn't play international tournament. Right, you guys should be fresh and ready to go, and that should be some personality, which I didn't really see. If it makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, even though the other team we played against is ahead in preparation because their season starts in a week, still, it doesn't mean that the performances need to be so low.
You see what you just said there? You said that same thing last year, and I'm not slacking on you, but that's what I mean. See, last year, again, when we were watching when Adli performed, the same thing you said. You're like, oh, you see the other teams, and that's the thing we say every year, right? Oh, the other teams, they're ahead in their preparation, so we're coming back. We get that, but then this is Milan at the end of the day. You know, how far off is our preparation compared to these teams? Now, is that gap that big? Then that's a problem, right? That's what we said when we went to play those Austrian teams like last year. And we had mixed feelings when we lost that first game. We could have easily lose this game as well.
But I thought those games last year were better than this one, even though we lost those games.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, for sure. Because this one is like, bro, I understand that's Primavera players, but there's a lot of first team players. This can literally be your bench right now that's playing.
Yeah.
In this preparation, right? Is this the bench now? You're gonna rotate.
Well, the defense is not the bench because we didn't have any defenders go out for tournaments. All of them are here.
Here,
so, yeah.
So I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm taking that with a grain of salt. I'm not, you know. Yes, it's the first game, but dude, the bar is really low for me, man. The bar is extremely low. The bar is really low. Because it's not even a matter of, oh, we're going to bring all these players. Can they solve everything? I know it's Fonseca's first game, but let's see, man. But I don't know. It's just something. Mm-mm. Yeah.
Yeah, hard to tell. The first impressions is that yeah, it's going to be more or less the same.
Right. And like I said again, and I repeat again, it's not because, oh, we just want to jump on Fonseca's bad side. And it's a mix, it's an accumulation, you know, of activities that have been transpiring for the longest. Again, lack of transparency, first of all, from the management of what even the objectives are this year, a lack of activity on the market. And then that's a display we see because I'm seeing Fulani, you come out, you say like, oh, cut out the rumors, cut out the noise. We don't listen to that and we know what we're doing. Okay. The only thing we can judge you guys on from a physical aspect is what we're seeing on the field. And this is the display we see today. It means the bar is really low. And even we have until August, even if they come out and say, oh, we're gonna get these issues fixed, we're gonna address these issues. I don't see how these issues are getting addressed right away. Right? How you bring in a bunch of quality players right away? Well, we're already in July, bro. Next month is gonna be August. I don't know how you're even doing that. And the league starts like next month. So I don't know the direction. I'm still gonna be, I'm on Milan end, but it's just, bro. These
Yeah,
guys,
we'll see.
I don't know,
We'll
man.
see. Now there's the Real Madrid, the Man City games coming up. We'll see how they perform against teams that will put them even more under pressure. And let's see if that pressure creates diamonds or if it creates shit,
But that Cuenca kid, how you feel about him, man? I feel like he's good, man. I'm
I
impressed a little
mean,
bit.
look, he's always been good in the Primavera. I think a lot of those players from Primavera are good. Today he didn't play that much because it's not like he got the ball a lot. But the times he did have the ball, it wasn't bad.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Even my boy Salad man, he back.
He was
I
the
hope he
best player of the
stays.
pitch.
I hope he stays though.
Yeah, me
You
too.
can tell. You can tell he came from Bologna, like from a system. The way he was passing and try to. You can just tell he came from an attacking, playing
Yeah,
style.
yeah,
You can
yeah,
just say like the way he was just doing. There's a sense of confidence from him right now, but that all depends if he's in plan of management. I personally will keep Salamakers, man,
yeah.
especially
He
for
looked.
rotation purposes. There's no reason why you don't keep him.
Yeah,
There's no
yeah.
reason why you don't keep him. The energy, like, there's no reason why you wouldn't keep him. Yeah, but how do you feel about the links, man? About the forwards? I don't think we even spoke about that, man.
Fulkrug.
No, how you have Fulkrug and the whole Morata deal. How you feel about that?
Well, Morata, we got him. So
Yeah.
I think I think Morata it was a really easy operation to make. They really lucked out, but it's a good operation because it's a substitute for Giroud. I don't think it's going to be any that much different than Giroud, but at least we have a substitute of Giroud that he's a captain of Spain. I looked at his record, his stats. Every year he goes in, not every year, but mostly he goes in double digits, low double digits though, not high double digits.
No, for sure.
So he's like Giroud pretty much. Fulkrug to me is weird because he's the exact same age and
As him, right? As Morata, right?
yeah,
Just
like
weird.
they're exactly the same age and they're almost identical. So I don't understand the Fulkrug operation, to be honest with you. I don't
Because
get it.
if they're using metrics, right? Because here's what I'm trying to wrap my head around, right? I'm trying to wrap my head around this. There's some players that want to feel the market. I didn't want to get them, maybe because of the Asian resale value. I mean, these guys you're getting, you're getting Morata now. You're not gonna sell Morata for more than
No,
10 million.
no, yeah.
So that's where they lose me on the path of, oh, we see we're not getting the older players. They're not interested on those free agents. They're other free. They're like, no, we're not gonna entertain this because of i.e. age. Because the reason I didn't get Dybala last year was no no potential there, resale value, we'll go for CDK. You understand? Like, you could have got Dybala on the low, but you turn around the following year, now we're getting freaking 31-year-old Morata, 31-year-old Fulcro. Like, okay, so what are we doing? Is this like the patterns? There's no consistency in the patterns like the one I'm looking at it, because it's like, okay, now you get two same profile forwards where, I don't know, man, you could have got like another pure 9, and then Morata, for me, he's more of a second striker. Like, he's not a target man. Morata's not a no target man, right? And then Milan, we know, like, you stop playing. I don't know Fonseca's playing style, but if he happens to be another purely 2.0 and doesn't know how to deal with the low blocks, that people start crossing the ball, crazily. Who's there to head the ball, man? We don't have Care no more. People that were good on the ball. I mean, even Care didn't score goals, but somebody with Giroud, on the corner kicks, he's good. I don't know. Let me not speak too soon. It's just they need to get active, man. We need to get another striker in. We need to get another striker. We need to get the DM issue answered. Pavlovic, can't really speak on the dude. I saw Serbia games, but I wasn't even really paying attention to him for real. So I can't just come out here and be like, I'm an expert. We need to get him. I also can't base it off highlights. It's too easy to do that. A lot of players look good on highlights. So I don't know.
Well, look, as far as Fonseca, what we saw today, he plays with a 4-2-3-1, and then he went with a 4-2-4-4-2. I don't think he's going to play a 4-4-2 because he's never really done that. So it's always going to be one striker. It's either going to be Morata or Fulkrug. We're never going to play together. But yeah, I think, honestly, it seems to me like they failed with Xerxes, and they don't have the ability to get these other guys like Sesko, like that guy Dobrik. They just don't have the ability to do it. They don't have the ability to make these operations happen. So they have to go to the second choices, the more simpler choices, and it's the players with no resale value. Fulkrug, Morata, these two guys have no resale value, so they're cheaper, they're easier to convince.
And for me, Fulkrug is almost like, he reminds me of a Miroslav closer. They're good for the German national team, right? And you're going based off that. Yeah, in club they did something, but then the club is kind of like closer going to Lazio. Then it's like, from Milan. I mean, we're supposed to be at the next step now. This project, we're supposed to be closing
that's
on the tier. We're going to get these. The guys we should have gotten the first year when we were starting this whole thing. That's when you get these guys to kickstart your stuff.
Yeah, that is 100% not going to happen. Like, they are not going to elevate the level of a team.
Now I can see Magnan. Right now, I don't know if y'all saw the reports, but I can see also Magnan leaving, because now Chelsea is looking for a goalkeeper, and the Maresca guy needs a goalkeeper, I guess, good with his feet. So they're not keeping Kepa, and they need somebody to challenge for the spot. And I think Chelsea got money because they haven't splashed crazy money this transfer on a striker. Yeah. So I can see them potentially. So Magnan is one thing to also look at.
And also the fact that they said they're going to wait till the end of the market to renew Theo. That is saying we're going to wait till the end of the market to see what offers come in. But that's what that means. So yeah. Listen, I spoke about this the other day. Redbird, my boys. I am an operating partner of Redbird, by the way. I don't know if you guys know, but I am an operating partner of Redbird. And the company is running perfectly. Milan has our brand has grown 30%, the fastest growing brand in football. The second season in a row that we end our balances perfectly. I'm excited to hear, the boss Jerry in his next economic forum address how great he has been running the club from a financial level. So the plan of sustainability is going forward. We are winning. We are winning. Sustainability.
Literally, dog, you sounding like my partners at work when they hop on the fucking meeting and they're like, "Oh, bro, we're grown by 3%." And then we should be looking at the numbers. Come on, bro, man. Fuck this shit. Man, we want to watch football, bro. This corporatized shit. Fuck, man.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, but that's the thing. We are winning. Like, Redbird is winning. So
bro.
Yeah.
Like,
All right. Let me get to some chats here. Let's see what the peeps got to say.
yeah.
Where was it? Where was I? I was here. Oh, okay. Sriracha ketchup. You get what you pay for. I saw negative progression. What I witnessed today was very, very alarming. Damn. Switches of play, defensive transitions, and lack of clarity and cohesion in opponents' half. Yeah, we did see a lot of that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. You can see it from yourself because it's not. It's not. See, there's one thing, bro. Preseason is not a lot. At least we should have seen something kickstart off, even if it's for physical. Like the way I looked at these players, it's like they had no clue what they were doing, man. Especially in the second half, I'm like, what? Goddamn, they didn't have no clue what they were doing.
Yeah, they're lost. They're totally lost. Kangoo in full glee. Sucks to be you guys. I'm loving life. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens to Man U. The first half is very poor. Currently watching it now. That's from Nathan. One good thing happened was the assist from Daniel. Yeah. What did you think of Daniel Maldini?
I mean, he's good, but the thing about Daniel Maldini, yeah, they need to assign this kid like a significant role. I think with his body type, his archetype, he can become like a good center man. This attacking playing style they're trying to make him play, it's just not going to suit him, man. And I feel like it's just a kid, like he's kind of misguided because he doesn't have a set. Like he has decent talent. You can tell, like if you give him like like really a title or assign him a proper position, like I think he can have a great career. But so far there hasn't. Nobody can really tell me what's Daniel Maldini's like real position on the field, except that we just know he's an attacking midfield and they try to play him everywhere. And I feel like that stunned his growth, to be honest.
I wish they would give him a chance, but we're not going to see it. So, you know.
You don't think he's going to go to Milan Futuro?
No way.
Super team?
No way.
Milan Futuro?
There is zero chance that the boss wants to have Paolo Maldini come to see Milan games. No, that's not happening. Paolo Maldini at the San Siro, we do not want that.
No, but he's still going to come, bro. Paolo Maldini is a Milan legend. Jetty can't control that.
He's not a Redbird legend.
Oh, man, fuck Redbird, bro.
He's not a Redbird legend. Yeah, no, they're going to get rid of him. They don't want Maldini at the club. Too much drama there. At least that's what I think. I really hope. I don't know. Whatever. Libyan Samurai says, we are just shit, Roy. The jewel of Italy has become unbearable, a laughing stock. Don't know how the Italians allow this to happen. Yeah, Italy is number one person to blame, number one factor to blame. Italy has literally, aside the football clubs, but a lot of assets, like a big industry and brands, they're all fucking selling to foreign owners. Like Italy is just falling apart. Ibra fucked us this season. Let's be honest about it.
Ibra on. See, but he can secure the deal of his son faster than anything. Like,
bro, did you see that?
Yes. And
like,
nobody knows. His son got a pro contract before Kamada did, man. Come on, bro.
That's insane. Yeah, that's crazy.
He's secured. Now, if they're waiting for Kamada, they need to come and tell us that. But, like, and then the other thing, selling Simmons for $3 million to Underleg, bro, come on. When other people, like, other teams are selling no-name Primavera players from, I don't know, Man U from overseas for $10 million. You never even heard of the kid, and they're going for $10-15 million. We're selling like Simmons. Like even what I saw from him on his debut, scored a goal. That could have been leverage. He's getting sold for $3 million.
Yeah, you're right. You know how much Palmer was sold for from the Primavera? Do you know?
I know Palmer was sold like a significant amount as a striker from Man City.
40 million.
And I know that's England, Italy, but at least you got 10 million out of the kid. Or you just don't sell him. Why would you even want to sell him?
No, I agree. Like 3 million for Simic? Really? What?
And then that's the same with the Kirkhead situation. We got rid of him, and every year this kid is linked to a bigger club from wherever he's at. And he keeps going up and up.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, so basically they're saying that Simic wanted playing time. He didn't like the idea of being in Serie C. He wanted to play first division football. But I say, why don't you just get him in the squad. Instead of getting Pavlovic, get Simic in the squad. We'll talk about that in a second. Let me go through a few more comments. Difficult to judge the first game. Things will look different with the new signings after the US trip. Hopefully that is. No one was expecting Fonseca to create some magic, not the first choice coach. Yeah, well, Fonseca is Fonseca. It's not like I said it earlier. It's not like he was a genius, or it's not like he just became a genius all of a sudden. It's the same guy that we've always known. You know, with the signing of Fonseca and with Mr. X, we won't be competing for anything this season. Now, what does your gut tell you, Clint? What
About
does
what?
the competition look like this season? What does your gut tell you?
No, my gut tells me like this year with Milan, I think we're definitely a top 4 team, man. Like we're definitely gonna finish in top 4 with the quality we have. We're gonna do Champions League again, I think for sure. Because it's
Yeah,
like
I think so.
Lazio is in shit. They lost their best player. Like Lazio is fucking awful.
But
Um,
Guido will tell you that Barone is one of the best coaches in
I,
Italy.
oh man, please, but we were stuck it back in the day,
Where,
man.
where's
Um,
Guido? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, if we can, it's that Roma. I don't know. I think De Rossi's gonna get exposed more this year because yes, Lukaku's leaving, but they don't even have like a proper 9. Roma, it's a big question mark. So I say Milan definitely top 4.
Top five, because that's all you need this year.
Oh, this year, okay, yeah, top 5, yeah. So be it. Top 5, top 4, yeah. We're definitely gonna do champions. That's
I
nothing.
think so too. I think so too.
Inter's too strong, bro. Like I'm sorry. Like even if Inter didn't even add like the new Taremi and all these guys, like you cannot break them down. And they got a continuity now, where they're just champions. They haven't moved. They haven't lost an important player. Nobody.
Yeah.
So they got these guys coming in. It's going to be, you got somebody like Lautaro now. He's gonna be confident times 8. Because he's coming back as Copa America winner, best goal scorer of the Copa America. He gave the title, he scored in the final. You don't even know what that does to somebody. And he's the captain of Inter. Come on. He's coming on a different type of mission. I know
Yeah.
I need to stop glazing Lautaro, but yo, bro, it's like
I mean, no, he had a
which I
great.
could have had. That's a strike I wish I could have had at Milan.
Wasn't he top scorer? Wasn't he top scorer of the tournament?
Yes, he
Or
was.
no?
He was.
Okay, yeah.
And yeah, he was. And he wasn't even as a starter, bro. He just comes in and he was just scoring all these stuff like in the second half and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, so you have that, but now Copa Italia, maybe make a deep run, but then again, are we gonna win it? Doubt it. I just don't know, bro. I don't want to be pessimistic. I mean, I'm gonna watch the game for sure.
No, I
Um,
think I think I agree. Top five or
yeah.
top. It's going to be top five. So top five
Realistically speaking,
looks
right.
good.
Realistically
Yeah.
speaking, we qualify for Champions League objectives. We get out the group stage Champions League.
Yeah.
Make a deep run Copa Italia. Like literally, those are the standards. Like I can't really come and sit here and be like, we're gonna win the league this year. No, we can't. I'm not gonna tell you we're gonna win Copa Italia. I can't really tell you that either. We're gonna win the Trofeo Berlusconi though, for sure. So that's a silverware.
Yeah.
No, because we're gonna play Monza. So I'm pretty sure we can beat them. We're gonna win that one. So at least that's one trophy. So yeah.
Yeah, let's prepare the parades.
Oh, what's that Guido? That Mario Kart Cup, that Detroit Cup
Mario
or
Kart
whatever.
Oh, what was it? The Mitropa Cup?
Detroit Cup. That sounds like a Mario Kart fucking like cup that you compete for. Anyway, but no, realistically speaking, that's just what it is, man. Until we need to watch 4 games, maybe the first 5-6 games of the season, then we're like, oh my god, this is awesome. But
Yeah, and there's going to be the first 5 games. There's going to be Lazio and Inter, so there's going to be tests right away for Fonseca and the lads. What do you think about Juve, Atalanta, and Napoli? These 3 teams.
Juve, like I said, controversial take. For me, Mota is gonna fail at Juventus, and I'm standing on that. I said it last in the chat. I just don't think he's gonna succeed. I think it's like too quick of a jump for him to just go, and they give him the reins to that. Yeah, he did go with Bologna. He should have stayed there and then seen them through Champions League, and then reaffirm himself the second year. I think with the Juventus now, I felt like he could have got help Mota in this case could have got help if he had veterans, like solid veterans around Juve, like at the time Chiellini and all that, to help him through the mix. But you don't have that. Like you're literally getting a bunch of youngsters. Yeah, you can say Danilo's a veteran, but he's a foreigner. They don't count. You try to get rid of kids. Like I don't know, man. For me, Juventus, question mark.
Mm.
Inter is the only one where it's like, yeah, that's solidify, right? Napoli, question mark, because Osimhen now is going to leave. I mean, I just saw the report this morning. They're in advance with PSG, which I think essentially he's in for the money. He probably saw like he maxed out everything at Napoli. He won like the Serie A. There's nothing more. You're not going to win no Champions League, so I'm out. I'm going to go look for money. You know, I'm not young no more, so I need to go get the bag. So that's what he's doing. Atalanta, let's see, man. Let's see. That can be the dark horse, quote unquote, because they won an European now title. You understand? I mean, you're getting Zaniolo. You still got your guys. Now, if they lose Cope Miners, that's a different story. But I don't know, bro. And I think that's what frustrates a lot of Milan fans, because this season could have easily be taken advantage of, same as last year, where Inter is the only one you got to really compete with and not deal with the other teams.
Yeah,
You know?
I think Inter is going to take it again.
Yeah.
We got we got Furlani. What's up, man? How you doing?
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up?
How's my audio?
It's good.
Nice. I can't talk too crazy. I'm on the balcony outside at the beach.
That's when you need to talk crazy then, when you're on the balcony. That's what
talk crazy. That's where you shout your frustrations on the balcony.
Exactly.
What's up, man? So, what do you think? Give us your thoughts
My
on what
eyes
you saw
hurt
today.
My eyes are bleeding.
Oh shit!
Just today was awful. Fonseca's not him.
He's not Himothy?
No, he's not Himothy. Maybe he's a they. Maybe
he's a they. Fonseca's a they.
Maybe.
And that's why
what I saw today was very, very concerning.
And that's why I was never really even impressed. Like this fake PR they're doing, where he's yelling on the pitch, grabbing the players by the hips, thinking about a dance from Haitian compa with them. If any of my people from Haitian, they know about the compa music. Try to grab waist dance with these players. I'm like, bro, that's not impressive. We need to see what the fuck you do on the field. It's easy to be shouting and acting like you're a coach, and we're like, oh, he's doing real work. And we're supposed to be impressed. Like, you see all the little stunts they're doing.
Actually, around the 30th minute today, he started yelling some instructions to the players. They didn't listen to him, so then he started whispering it like back at the bench. And then he shook his head no, like threw his hands up in the air, and then went and sat down like a little punk.
Oh no, he did one of those.
He did one of those. Yeah, the body language is really, really.
One thing I can say is Pioli never sat down as long as I watched Milan. I never see this dude sitting down.
Yo, I hope this guy doesn't make Pioli look like a genius, dude.
I know.
I really hope that doesn't happen.
Dude, he might.
Man, I'll feel stupid if he makes Pioli feel like a genius, man. Because why wouldn't Pioli out so bad?
What I saw today was really, really, dude. The lack of clarity, the lack of cohesion, the lack of just basic understanding of where to be, what to do. I know it's been only 2 weeks, but the season starts in 1 month. We had a lot of starters and people who are going to get playing time because we always encounter injuries throughout the season. We compete in 3 competitions. A lot of these guys are going to play. And it's just, dude, if that's what Rapid Vienna did against us, I'm very concerned about this U.S. tour.
No, and exactly what I said,
ugly.
And that's exactly what I said earlier. Like, because those are the rotation players, and if the rotation players have no clue, it's not like we have like a half a squad that's out right now to be like, oh, but our best players are not back. No. These are the guys. They're going to be playing actually in regular games during the season as well, coming in second half or whatever. And that's what we're dealing with. Means the bar is really low. The bar is really low right now. Forget his physicality. Okay, he's been there 2 weeks doing what? 2 weeks there. We might as well started our prep playing at Milanello like the way we did, instead of going straight to Vienna if we needed the physical stuff.
Do you guys think it would have been different if we had the first team? Like everybody? Like, how different do you think it would have been?
Would have been more pissed with this score. Would have been more pissed, bro. Because let's say it would have been the same shit.
Yeah.
No. They saved the bullet.
I think Fonseca's has no new ideas whatsoever. He doesn't have that special like energy, that special, motivator, hoorah type of aura at all either. So I don't. How are we gonna be better than we were last year? Can someone please explain to me how we're gonna be better? We've replaced Giroud with the same thing, except without the aerial ability, without the wonder goals, without the clutch 90th minute goal. So without all of that, but maybe more work rate. But like we need goals, we need to win games. So we haven't gotten better. It's more of the same.
The fact already
that's what
we might have downgraded the coach. Actually,
like I said this because people think this anger that we have or we're doing and we're over exaggerating and it's just it's not an isolated incident. That's what people need to understand, and I want to make that clear and clear again. This is not an isolated incident. It's not isolated frustration. It's an accumulation from not only what transpired last summer throughout the year, like the January Mercado, we ain't do nothing, and we've seen stuff slip away. They didn't address certain things, and then we come in to the starting of this market this summer, running into the same situation again where stuff is not addressed, where you guys are not transparent.
It's the exact same thing again. We negotiated for Thuram for 2 months and basically said he's our player, basically leaked to the press that it's a done deal, and then didn't close that deal and had to go to plan B or C or whatever was the easiest deal available to us at the time. That's the one we took. The exact same thing happened last summer. Our number one target, the guy that we were going for, slipped away.
Paul,
it's the same thing again.
Let me say this to Paul. Hey, Paul, bro, listen. It's not. I know it's a friendly, but watch this though. We've seen this movie before. We saw it the friendly the year before and the year prior. We were looking at the friendlies. I understand there are friendlies, but when you start the friendly with the bar really that low, we know what happened last year, right? We lost our first game. We got out the friendly being unsure about these Milan side, and it didn't lie throughout the season. And it was the same year before. Now this year we're playing Rapid Wien again. Are we gonna use the same excuses? Oh well, they're deep in the preparation. They started their summer their summer preparation since I don't know fucking May. It doesn't matter, bro. Like we're Milan, and that's what I'm.
We start our season in a month. Like we play Man City next week. Like stop acting like it's not important for us to look like we know what the hell we're doing on the field right now. It's unacceptable.
It's not being dramatic. It's just like I said earlier. It's just not looking at the game, but the fact that we don't even have our targets are not in. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be addressed.
We can only analyze what's in front of us. Like everyone wants to be right or wrong. It's not even about that. We're literally just analyzing what's in front of us. Like things can change, things can evolve. Obviously, we could get better. We could bring signings in. All of those things can still happen. But we're just analyzing what's in front of us right now.
And then the other situation, I'm be quiet, that really frustrated us is the plethora of coaches that were available this summer, and then we went for Fonseca. So either we're gonna learn to regret that in the long run, or we're gonna be like, you know what? And that's what's getting a lot of people riled up. It's just not just looking at the game.
We cut our coach wages in half, and that's the only reason.
Hello?
Shit, they kidnapped Antonio Fonseca. Kidnapped him. Holy fuck.
Yo.
You're talking crazy. I thought Fonseca came out there and just backslapped.
No, I was saying we cut our coach wages in half, and they were really excited about that. They thought they were going to be able to get more with spending less, which is their MO, just in general. But the truth is, we actually don't want incremental change. I think Milan fans want to win. We don't want to continue getting destroyed by our direct rivals in head-to-head matches. We want to have at least the chance at a final in some kind of competition. We don't want to just be top 4 and top 2, we don't want to get knocked out by 10-man Roma in the Euro. We don't want to be in the Europa League in general. We don't want to get knocked out of Coppa Italia by literally anyone with a pulse who's in the top 5. It's just we're not asking for much. I actually don't think our expectations were too high for today's game. All I wanted was some kind of coherence whatsoever and clarity on where the players need to be and what they're actually doing. And to hold the ball in the opponent's half, it's Rapid Vienna. It's an Austrian team of players we've never heard of in our lives. I just expected our team to hold the ball in their half for more than, I don't know, 10 seconds before losing it. And then every single time Rapid Vienna gets the ball in transition, all I was hoping for was us not to get cut open like a fish on every single switch of play, on every single defensive transition. We were all over the place. They were creating attacking chances and scoring opportunities every single time they had the ball. Like I wasn't expecting us to come out and win 6-0 today. I'm actually fine with a tie, but the overall performance today was very alarming for a team that starts their season next month and is playing Man City next week. Like, this is bad.
Yeah. For me, the thing that I was anticipating, and the thing that I was looking forward to was to see maybe new ideas. And we didn't see that at all. We didn't see that at all.
Literally anything new. You know what I was hoping for, actually? I was hoping for good body language from the players, a lot of fight and a lot of effort, like hard running, hard tackling, talking to each other. But what I saw was a quiet, shy, like shaky team. Like I did not like no mentality change at all. Fonseca clearly has not like motivated the guys whatsoever in the last 2 weeks. They looked like they weren't playing for anything or for anyone. Like they just looked like they showed up and played a match. That's it. Like there was nothing beneath that. There was nothing deeper visible whatsoever. There was no change. It was so flat and lifeless for a team that just got a brand new coach, and there's all this marketing and there's all this like news stories and all this hype around the team. I didn't see that translated to the pitch whatsoever. I saw a very flat, lifeless performance.
But one thing I realized, right, and we look at American owners, right, and it's a little segue I'm gonna make. Most of American owners in American sports, right, like I say 80% of them, like from a sporting perspective, bro, they just suck. We can all agree, right? If we look at all the different leagues here, NFL, MLB, and all that, like the teams are bad. They've been bad forever. Yeah, they can generate revenue and money, but they've just been bad from a sporting perspective. And there's only a handful of teams that get it. And I'm saying this to say it's the same cultural thing that I feel maybe Milan is going to mold into. Like the branding is going to be there. We're going to be able to sell fashion, this and all that. And
they're already doing it.
It's going to
they're
be
already doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
They're literally already doing it. We are literally going on crazy marketing and media campaigns about the dumbest stuff that has nothing to do with our the performance on the pitch.
Like the fucking Taylor Swift.
Dude.
Yeah.
And I like Taylor Swift. Not just Taylor Swift, but like, come on, bro.
And that's what they're good at. That's what they're good at.
They are good at that, yeah.
And they're going to keep on doing that. They're going to keep on doing that and completely neglect the sporting side because they don't have passion for the sporting side. Yeah. That's not what it's about. They're not going to fucking spend their money to make me and you happy. They don't give a fuck.
And I want to comment on something Clint said earlier about like the messaging from the club and the transparency and the vision for our future, like what we're actually trying to do. Like this ostrich, like digging their head in the sand strategy where it's like, we're a closed book. We're not telling you shit. Like you don't need to know like what we're doing or what the direction is. Like we don't need to tell you anything. You're lucky we even show up to this press conference. Dude, like seriously, you've done nothing to earn that right. You have not done a single thing performance-wise on the pitch to earn that level of cockiness about like the project and what you're doing with it. Like, who do you think you are? Like, you have done nothing. I could see a team like that who's winning a lot, who's performing well, but getting unlucky, maybe losing, like getting unlucky on the pitch maybe or something like that. Like they're still challenging for everything. Okay, come out, be pompous and be like, listen, we know what we're doing. We're getting unlucky. We're winning. Like, don't worry about it. Like, we know. But no, like, we're losing all the time. We're getting destroyed by embarrassed by all of our rivals. And they're coming out like, dude, like their shit doesn't stink. Like, we're all that in a bag of chips. Like, shut the hell up.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
But
you have to earn that. You have to earn that right.
And I know I say like, yo, this is our new reality, and I accept it. Like, I'm not gonna boycott. I accept it, but for me, it's a bit disappointing. I'm more criticizing their gestures, like, this arrogant. It's like, bro, like, listen, you guys are really taking advantage of people like us that we just can't really separate from Milan. I'm being serious. As much as we go and cry and be like, oh, fuck this club, it's hard to do that. I'm sorry. If you love football, it's hard. Like, it's still your team. You just got to complain. And that's a reality. That's a sad part, man. But it's just you have to look at Jerry's face and appreciate that for the next couple of years, man.
I just wish they could walk and chew gum at the same time. Like, I get that. Like, restructuring our priorities list, I totally get that. It's modern football. Like, marketing is now more important than maybe our history, and our financial status is maybe more important than what we actually win and what trophies we earn. I totally get the reshuffling of our priorities to fit modern football and make this sustainable economically. I totally get all of that.
Hold on.
But it's just
to fit, not necessarily to fit football, to fit their financial needs.
Their financial, exactly. But like, walk and chew gum at the same time, that's fine. You want to invest a ton in our marketing strategies, and you want to make money that way, and you want to increase sponsorship, and you want to do all that. That's totally fine. You want to increase our reach and get a bigger fan base. I totally get all of that. But walk and chew gum at the same time. Do that, and also sign players that we need. Also sign a coach that's going to take us to the next level. Like, back up what you say.
Yeah.
But they're not. Right. They're doing one and not the other.
Yeah, that money they took to sign freaking Massimilian to Milan Futuro, they could have used that to freaking pay the commission, bro.
How do you talk a big game? How do you talk a big game like you know what you're doing and everyone else is just shut up and watch, and then you sign Fonseca to be your coach? Like, what?
Yeah. And then Ibra is gonna come as like he didn't correspond, because Ibra also is acting like he's putting himself in front to be as the fall guy, because he's speaking for them when he's saying that, like, oh, that De Zerbi and all these that didn't match their criteria that they wanted, so he stands on that. And when they ask him for the striker, he's like, no, we got somebody in mind. We know who we're getting. Like, you're just sure. And if it doesn't work, like, wait, bro, like, you already a target man. Like, people are gonna want you out of Milan already. And you're supposed to be a legend, and now you're tainting your legacy.
Bro, he is shameless. He's shameless. First thing he does is sign his kid, his son.
Let me get before Camarda, bro.
Let me get Antonio and Carmelo just got in here. Antonio, what's up, man? How you doing? Any thoughts? And then let's go to Carmelo.
Are you talking to me, Roy?
I believe your name is Antonio. Yeah.
I couldn't hear you because there's a lot of.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I said yeah. Let's get you in, share your thoughts, and then we'll.
No, but wasn't Antonio talking earlier? He was on the balcony.
That was Rock. That was Rock.
You're talking to Rock right now.
Oh, fuck Rock, man. Fuck him.
But you didn't know you were talking to Rock?
I thought I was talking to Antonio the whole time.
What the hell?
Dude, me and Antonio are from the same state and both
that don't mean nothing,
highly
Rock.
educated,
Be quiet.
Ivy League kids. We sound the same.
Be quiet, boy.
That's hilarious.
That's funny. Rock, right, I gotta tell you, Rock, I don't think I'm gonna be able to go. I don't think I want to go to those games because, I mean, they're expensive, and I don't want to go watch this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I get that you want to go, and I'm happy for you, but I personally don't think I'm gonna go. But
yeah, but you still get to see Milan, and you get to see good players from the other team. Unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I get to see like.
I can't wait to watch Holland.
They're not going to play, but
Holland didn't play in the Euros, so he's going to play. I can't wait to see Holland. I'm going to get Holland to sign my Milan jersey.
Oh my God.
But no, guys, I watched the game today, and I agree with exactly with what Rock said, because I don't really care about the result of the game. Like, I don't care if, like, okay, maybe losing the game would have been bad, but let's consider the fact that they are playing. These guys are more physically prepared, and they have a game next week. Whatever, all that you know, we didn't have any of our good players. It was more of just like a lot of cycling of Milan Futuro players and players that we should probably get rid of. In all honesty, like Adli and Pobega, I think both of them are just not good enough. But what I'm concerned about is just the similarities to Pioli. I didn't like the way that we were trying to build up. I don't care about having more possession if we don't do anything with the possession. A lot of the mistakes were from individual players, anyways, like losing the ball and stuff like that. So I do want to give him more of a chance, but like I didn't really have many optimistic things to come from this game, like that. In all honesty, like that's what I'm concerned about. Is like I just wanted I wanted to see some sort of idea, but there wasn't really anything.
There was not a single a good takeaway or positive sign. That's the thing. I'm fine with having a bad performance. It's preseason, blah blah blah. All the things you listed, totally fine. I get all of that. I'm factoring all of that in, but not a single positive takeaway.
The only takeaway is confusion. The only takeaway is confusion.
The only good takeaway was Maldini played 10 times better than Ruben Loftus-Cheek. That was the only positive takeaway.
The takeaways were all individual players. Like I think Salamakers looked decent. I think some other players looked fine. But what I meant is like
overall.
By the way, whose mic is like making? Is that Rock's mic? Who's like? I don't know. It sounds like some sort of we're in like a tornado or something. But anyways,
is it loud? Is it loud? Really?
Yeah, I don't know. For me, it was. I don't know, but no. I just want to say, like, overall, I want to see more from the manager in terms of like something different, a different idea. It looked like the same exact thing of just like wasting time with the ball in the back and not actually being able to play through the midfield. I want to see a team that takes the ball to the other opponent's box and keeps it there for a bit and can like try to create chances and score goals. So we didn't do that, and a lot of it was sloppiness and just not good fitness, to be fair. But overall, I think we just have Pioli with hair. So that's my takeaway.
That's the take. I think it's a bootleg version of Pioli. But anyway, Carmelo, what's up, my man? How you doing?
How you doing, guys? You all right?
Good. What's up?
All good. So,
what were your thoughts? Yeah.
Right. Obviously, to start with, you can't tell much after only a few days of training and the first game. That's obvious. It would be silly and presumptuous to do so. But with that said, to be honest with you, overall, I have the same. I feel the same way I felt last summer, to be honest with you. And as for Fonseca, first half was really, really bad. Second half was a little bit better. But again, the second half, he played with 4-4-2, which has got nothing to do with the way he sees football, besides. So has got nothing to do with that. But obviously, you have to give time. Fonseca wasn't my first choice, obviously, and many of you, I don't think, was your first choice either. But give the man a chance.
He wasn't even my last choice.
Whatever it was.
My list at all.
But now with this thing going to the USA to play those games, I know it's all money grab and all that, but it would be way better to stay at Milanello and focus on tactics and formations and all that. Would be way better, like it was years ago. But I understand nowadays it's not like that anymore. So I don't know. To be honest with you, like I said, look, I have the same feelings I had last, and overall the transfer market, to my eyes, we just hadn't. Now we didn't get them yet, but Pavlovic, Samrzic, Fofana, we just had more average players on top of the ones we already have, because last summer we got average players. Now we had more average players. So generally speaking, to me, nothing changed. If you ask me, because that's what I look at, did we reduce the gap to Inter? No, we didn't. And we're not going to do it with this player coming in either. So that's the way I look at it. But again, things could be changing. Who knows? But to be honest with you, I don't have. My expectations are just not the same as they were last year. And
I'm watching arm wrestling now, man.
And there you go, Clint.
I actually do think Pavlovic
and don't even mention Morata, because Morata doesn't add anything to the squad at all. It's just a replacement for Giroud, obviously with different characteristics, but he's going to deliver the same thing that Giroud did. So nothing changes in that regard to me.
Numbers-wise, yeah.
So
I do think Pavlovic and Fofana are going to close the gap a little bit to Inter, in my opinion.
I don't.
No, you're only saying that. You're only saying that because you've been glazing Pavlovic like a mug.
I think the way Pavlovic plays is exactly what we need against Inter.
Saw little highlights, and you
The
went
only thing,
just.
the only thing he can add is physical strength. That's all, because we
And
need
Fofana
that.
as well, physical strength. But that's what we need, really, to be honest.
Yeah, but hello, we need player who can play football, not just physical strength.
We don't have
And
that,
again,
and we can't afford it. We
and
refuse to
again,
pay for it.
I don't hear talking about a proper CDM yet, because Fofana is not a CDM. Fofana is another midfielder like all the others we have, box to box.
Yeah,
Another midfielder who likes to carry the ball in his feet and just going
Yeah, but
forward
so
and
was
forward.
Kessie. Kessie was a center mid and box to box, and he was attacking
Yeah,
a lot for
but
Atalanta, and then
On
became a good DM.
SofaScore and Transfer Market, it shows that he played as a CDM,
I think he's going to be a good
Fofana's a
DM for
box
us.
to
but
box.
it's not raw. It's not a CDM. To me, it's not.
That's how we're
I
going to
actually
deploy him.
agree with that because one of my biggest concerns, first of all, I don't dislike these players that we're linked with, but one of my biggest concerns is this defensive midfielder position because Fofana, if you actually watch him play, he's like box to box. Yeah, he's physically strong, but he's not a defensive midfielder that can hold the ball and is very like super press resistant. Like he's decent, but if you want to play the way we want to play, the way he played today with like the two midfielders sitting right in front of the box, you need someone who's really good with the control that can absorb the press and can try to beat his man and then play the ball forward. And you need someone that when they cut the ball back into the edge of the box on counterattacks, someone who's always going to be there controlling. Like, did you see what Roger was doing in for Spain in the Euros? How many goals he was saving because he was always in that position? Inter scores almost all of their goals on us, besides either corner kicks or counterattacks where they cut the ball back and we have no midfielders that are at the edge of the box. So we need someone who's going to freaking be there covering the space. And I'm very concerned that if we don't have someone who's really well adapted to that position, we're going to be super vulnerable there. So I want someone like that.
But look, Antonio, if you want to play with 4-2-3-1, those two in front of defense,
I don't want to play with 4-2-3-1. By the way,
Fonseca is going to play that way.
Yeah,
but if he wants to play that way, you need one who relies only on the physical strength, gain possession, and all that, and the other one has to create. He has to be technically skilled and create play and passes and all that. So you have to have a combination of two. And I don't see in our midfield, I don't see any of them players, And when we have the ball at defense, like Tomori, Kalulu, whoever plays there, we if we don't play like in a dynamic way, like I give an example, like Spain does. Why is Spain so good? Because everybody moves, everybody's dynamic on the pitch. So whoever has the ball in his feet have more than an option, to pass the ball because everybody's moving all over the pitch. We are just still we like a table football. We play like table football, table football. That way we just stay still
foosball.
there.
We play like foosball.
Yeah, whatever you call calcio balilla in Italiano.
We're not going to get a CDM. We're not going to get a CDM. Like Rabiot is free, and they think he's a CDM, and we don't want to pay.
But it's not a CDM either.
Shaka Leverkusen, we're not going to pay for him.
What's the meaning of Samasic? What are you going to do?
Thomas Partey at Arsenal, we're not going to pay for him. We're literally not going to. Verratti, we're not going to pay his wages. They refuse to pay what a good CDM costs. Every single one that we could get, they refuse to pay for him, whether it's the wages or the transfer fee. No proper CDM is coming.
But you think that, like, because Fofana and Pavlovic are more on the physical side, and you think that can mitigate some of the balance issues?
Yes. I'm not saying it's going to solve all of our problems. I'm saying it's going to make us incrementally better, and it's going to close the gap a tiny bit with Inter.
We are discussing about is not the point. Is when we get punched. Yeah, it's easy. Forget about the tactics, but we know quality of our players and all that stuff. Is it within the game? Like, what are the options? What are the varieties that you can bring on? Like, all these people y'all naming, they don't move the needle, man. They don't. And
exactly.
They don't move the needle. Like, we're gonna go against Inter. We're gonna be again in the derby. We're gonna be down 1-0, 2-0 again. And then what is Fonseca gonna do from attack? Because here's what I saw. If we have a bunch of average players, like you guys say in Milan, at least we should have got a decent coach, or at least a coach that can get the best out of average players. Yeah. I don't think nobody in Europe knows Fonseca to being the guy to get the best out of players. Now I'm seeing all these little hipsters hop on the train and be like, no, but you know, Fonseca, Lille, stop the crap. Nobody's watching Lille unless you're from Lille. It's fact. I don't want to hear it. Now he's going to be on display. We saw him at Roma. He didn't move the needle, and I'm telling you, management is going to come down to regret. My biggest regret.
I do agree with that. Even if we had Mbappe, I think Fonseca still is going to struggle.
I think Fonseca got the job because he sent in that like video on YouTube and put it on his resume. He put the link on his resume, and the Milan
asked for half of the wages that Pioli got.
Yeah, exactly. The manager was like, they got like, and they fell in love with him after seeing that.
A cheap option. That's what it comes down to.
He sent them his modeling headshots.
Like last year, right? Last year, what was our biggest problem? Yes, we're saying the players, but our biggest problem, we're blaming Pioli. And this one, we're like, Pioli needs to leave, Pioli needs to leave. Everybody was in accord with that. Then y'all turn around and y'all get Fonseca, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, what? I don't care if it's and then look at the
Pioli with hair and a beer belly.
Yeah, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, Clint. It's gonna happen the same thing. When the milk goes sour, Fonseca's gonna be blamed for it, like Pioli was. And I'm telling you now, he's gonna be left alone on his own and everything. Because if you choose a manager like Fonseca, which is average, just like the players, right? You have to stick with that decision that you made. You can't just leave the man alone when things go bad, because that's what happened with Pioli, and that's the same thing is going to happen with Fonseca.
But listen, it was very obvious that we needed a new formation, new tactics, and some new players to produce that football, and they didn't do that. They went and got a carbon copy of the exact same formation, the exact same tactics. They literally copy and pasted. So if Pioli wasn't good enough, then Fonseca, by default, using that logic, is not good enough.
Yeah. And also, they're paying Pioli to do nothing. Like, what?
A dude that got rejected by the Camel League. Can you believe that?
Guys, this is
even the Arab club doesn't want you, bro. Like, how bad you got to be?
Guys, I have a question. I was thinking about this. If we have to sack Fonseca, like, early in the season, can we just bring Pioli back? And, like, can we just, like, reinstate him with his current contract?
I might as well have Roy coach Milan.
Yeah.
Pioli will get us. At least Pioli will get us like top 5. And
Paul, what is that you say?
One more season left on his contract, anyways.
Yeah, but don't be surprised if that happens, because with
I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
I want that actually.
Pioli's about to become like the new Yakini.
You guys think Fonseca is gonna beat Pioli's derby record?
Yeah, he's gonna be the Yakini dude. I don't know, bro.
But anyway, guys, don't you think it would be more appropriate to play 4-3-3 with the players we have? With the players we have, I think it would be more appropriate 4-3-3 instead of 4-2-3-1.
Look at Guido. Oh my God! Somebody get Guido off the chat. Oh my God.
Did you see Rapid Vienna cut through us every time they won back possession?
Exactly. We still leave
They got
big
into
gaps.
our final third. They got into our final third every single time they got possession.
Yeah, but we still leaving big gaps between lines still. So I don't see anything changing in that regard. You know, it could be maybe 4-3-3 more compact, more tight between the lines. It would be better. It would be better, I reckon.
How are we gonna employ Leao and Chuk and Shalah strategy if we play tighter?
By the way, can someone please tell me what's the fucking meaning of having Chukwueze? Seriously, why do we have to give away Salamex and keep this Chukwueze, which is like useless?
That was the jewel of the market for them. That was the diamond. That was the final piece.
He's useless. Him and Musa are useless as a fork with a soup when you need to eat the soup.
Maldini is the devil for signing CDK, but these guys are geniuses for signing Chuk. Like, please make it make sense. Like, make it make sense.
It's really crap.
No, Carmelo. I rate Musa though. No Musa slander. I rate him. I think Musa just needs guidance on where he needs to be. But I think
it does. It does need guidance. All right. Yes, I'm sure of that. But I don't know. I don't see Musa developing to anything special, to be honest. Like I always say, the only reason start playing football to escape poverty to me.
Musa?
He can't play football. He can't play football. Come on.
Musa's, I think he comes from a wealthy family.
Dude, Chukwueze needs intervention.
Is he really?
I don't know.
No,
I mean,
he was born like Musa was born in England, and he grew up in Italy
he's got
before he
like a
went
million
back there.
tattoos.
Yeah. So Musa's been good, man. He was part of England. He played in the England the youth friends for the longest, and then he switched.
Musa was the worst midfielder in the Copa America tournament by far.
Who?
Musa.
No, bro, stop.
He was the worst player in Copa America. The worst.
But Clint, I agree with you. We need guidance. That's for sure. Yeah.
And why does
wants Musa.
Dude, Chukwueze gets the ball and runs directly into defenders and loses the ball in 2 seconds. Like
he can't dribble. He can't dribble anyone.
Does he have any brain cells? Does he have any IQ or brain cells at all? He just runs straight into the defender. Doesn't even look up. He just runs directly into the defender like a wall.
He was really bad today.
What's he doing?
We've seen better from him, but he was really bad today.
Bro, he looks silly out there.
He just can't dribble anyone at all.
He seems to be a player that has a few moves, especially like he's got very strong cuts, very fast cuts.
What? He's like Anthony.
and I think like he can get them the first 2 or 3 times, but then they figure him out, and then he's out of the game.
Another spidget finner.
That's hilarious. That's so accurate.
Wait,
is this the crazy claim segment of the live? The make crazy claims segment? Because in my opinion, if they sign Pavlovic, he's going to be our best defender. I think Pavlovic is going to be exactly what this team. This is my personal opinion. I got a special feeling about this guy. If we sign him, he's going to be our best defender.
Rock, listen, hold your tiger because you're getting overexcited with this player. It's just another average player.
I'm in love with this player.
I know you are.
Let's get some controversial opinions in. I like
that's my controversial opinion. I am blazing Pavlovic, and I stand by it.
Yeah, I'm not that convinced. I do like his physical attributes, but
we need a son of a bitch in the team, and he looks like, from the way he looks like a son of a bitch. One of those players.
They need an ugly Serb to be in
exactly.
This team.
We
no
need
more
to
handsome
play
FC. I'm tired of handsome FC. I need an ugly monster, dude.
But
we need to play. We need to play ugly. We need to play ugly.
We need
Start playing ugly.
We need a boogeyman. We need to be athletic, man.
I don't know if maybe I'm wrong, but what I saw, he's got 2 breaks instead of feet. Like I don't know what God gave him instead of feet. Like,
I hope he smashes Lautaro in the head with those bricks.
But you know he played against Inter, right? They played it. He played against Inter.
He did. But the good thing is, Roy, is the good thing about Pavlovic is he gives me the vibe that when he gets tough, he's not gonna run away like the others do. You know, like reindeers, for example.
He's gonna go to war.
Yeah.
That
like
when
he gets tough, when he gets tough, players like Renders just disappear, just start crying like a bitch.
No reindeer slander. Come on, no reindeer slander.
Well, I agree with that.
No.
Clint, he's hiding.
And it looks like he has those qualities. My beef. Look, honestly, I think Pavlovic is a pretty good signing if we get him. My beef with Pavlovic is that I want fucking the best. You know, like we should have gotten with either Scalvini or Calafiori instead of Pavlovic. That's how I feel. Because when I look at those players, they do what Pavlovic does, but they're way classier. They just have way more.
Calafiori's career is dead. Watch, he's gonna be back at Sassuolo in 3 years. I put money.
I was comparing the highlights between him the other day. Scalvini and Calafiori, but Scalvini especially. Scalvini is like 5 levels above all of these guys.
You're gonna have to drop your expectations way down, Roy. We're owned by Redbird.
But as well as that, a centre back has to know how to play the ball, come out with the ball in his feet. And to me, Pavlovic doesn't seem that kind of player. You know,
I think he's going to struggle there. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to stop trying to look for players who can do everything. They're few and far in between, and we can't
And
afford
then
them
what does
anyways. So just
Pavlovich do?
forget about it, dude.
What
Get
does
someone who's
Pavlovich,
good at
right?
two things. That dude's good at
But
destroying people and fighting. That's all. That we need that.
what do you before I want to go to Ace because Ace has completely different views than most of us here. So we'll get Ace.
Red bird lover. You're a bird lover.
No,
Bird,
no, no. But
birdie lover.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
what do you think about? You said with him, he's the solution to Inter, but Salzburg did play against Inter twice, and they lost twice with Pavlovich on the field.
Wait, just real quick. If you're the operating partner, then Ace is the glazer in chief.
Yeah, hey, come on, no, hey, that's my hey. We work.
I love you, Ace. I love you, Ace.
I know, I love you guys too, but I think you're over analyzing the first friendly.
There we go.
Let's go. Come on, go for it.
That joke was for Clint.
Get in, Ace. Get in, Ace.
No, I'm just saying, like I see you have my comment up about different system. Yeah, it is. It's slightly different to what Pioli wants us to do.
What differences did you see?
In terms of both left back and right back needs to get involved in the build up. He doesn't really want his midfielders in the build up play holding on to the ball too long. So he's looking for those those passes, those link up passes, 1-2 passes between the sixes and the fullbacks. Whereas Pioli, most of the play was.
But he didn't do that today.
I know, but I think and the reason why it's not going to be as clear right now because some of the players still need to understand and develop a clear idea of how they're supposed to operate within the system that he's asking for. He's asking for players to be individually very technical on the ball. Whereas I feel like with Pioli's system, the build-up play was generally around creating space for Leao and Theo.
Yeah, I think the exact same thing is going to happen out of necessity. Even if he doesn't want to do that, it's naturally going to happen.
Well, I mean, I really do think, when you looked at the two teams that he put out, I think it was very clear that he has identified the players that fit into his style of play, and the stronger players are the ones that played in the second half. And the first half team was the players that he wanted to show management probably aren't ready or have the characteristics to play in his system. For instance, Pogba, he looked really caught out in terms of the style of the characteristics that Fonseca wants from his deep line midfielder. He doesn't have the speed to bridge the gap between the centre back on when we transition into defense, and that's why as Rock said, it looked very easy for Rapid to transition into our final third, especially through the middle. So it will be important this week and next week to see if we can get Fofana over the line, because I think that's the profile that is going to fit in there. I also feel like this system of play that he wants from his midfielders, I think it actually suits Benacer very well. I know that's probably a controversial take amongst you guys, but
I like Benacer, but they're selling Benacer. They want to sell him.
But yeah, so am I saying that Fonseca is going to be a more successful manager than Pioli? I don't know. We still have to see. But do I like the concepts that he wants us to play with over Pioli? Yeah, I think Pioli wasn't.
Yeah, that's where I find difficult because,
from what I show it, from what I saw today,
yeah, but
to me it looks exactly the same.
Roy, yeah, but at the same time, you need to remember, like, it's gonna take some time, for the players to adapt to what he wants.
But he's adapting to a system that these players already know.
No, but no, it not necessarily, because the way in which um Pioli and Fonseca asking their players to mindfully build up the play with using the ball is different. Fonseca wants his players to find the triangles, and within that finding the discovery of the triangles in the attack, they want a 1-2 pass. They don't
Hey
want
guys, I got
anybody.
next.
They don't want.
Yeah, but the shape, the formation, the concept of the formation, the positioning of the players, all of that is the same, which will lead to the same game.
Antonio, can I say one thing before you go? Just one.
Yeah, but
thing.
you're going to hear this though.
I want to address Paul's U6 comment just really quickly. Fonseca's at training, okay, counting the number of passes that they get in a row out loud and training them to put their arm across the attacker when they're defending. He's literally doing U6 level coaching, and you guys are glazing it. So
no, but that just should, if anything, that should show that Pioli really didn't do a good job in terms of getting these guys understanding like simple fundamentals.
We got two.
Come on, Ace. Really, it's Pioli's fault?
I mean,
he's teaching them fundamentals because he is a basic low-level coach.
Been in
That's
charge
why.
of Milan for almost 5 years, so most of these players are accustomed to the concepts that Pioli would have, been trying to get across. So yes, I am saying that if it is that Fonseca has to tell a defender to lean his hand into the attacker's body to feel where they're going to go, or to hold them back slightly, like that clearly is a fundamental error of Pioli in terms of basic defensive
Look,
why?
Just say this real fast. Sorry, Carmelo.
Go on.
I'll be honest. Right now, my sensations is that Fonseca is a lesser version of Pioli.
I agree, 100%. The coaching from the sideline was non-existent. The motivation, the yelling at the player was non-existent today.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why did he, I could be wrong, right? And I know it's only the first game, so the coach has to experiment and all that. But why in the second half, which that's when we saw something good, he played 4-4-2? Could it be because he didn't see any balance at all? So he must thought, you know what, let me get things straight because there's no balance at all.
Which is
because the main issue of this team still that there is no balance. The lines are too far from each other, and every time in transition we lose the ball, we get fucked every time. Now,
Pioli was about to be the highest paid coach in
was
the
Rapid
world.
Vienna, but now you see again. You see now when we want to play Madrid, City, and Barcelona, is it? You see that. You will see that again. This team needs balance.
Camino, at the end of the day, if anything, you all should try to look at the bright sides about it. At least he was willing to adapt on his feet and change a formation in the second half. We don't have.
But what did he work for all these days then?
Hold on, just hear me out. In the second half, we didn't have a striker. We didn't have a clear out and out striker in the rotation of the substitutes. So Maldini was playing. When we were attacking with the ball, he was between him and Loftus-Cheek were interchanging at the central forward kind of position. I mean, at the end of the day,
let me talk.
Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne.
No, all I'm trying to say.
After Ace, Antonio.
Sorry.
Go ahead. After you finish, Antonio.
No. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is I think you all need to relax. He's friendly. He's assessing the players' understanding of what he's trying, the system of play. He's also showing.
I don't know, man.
Hold on, just hear me out. This is the beginning. You're also Zlatan's getting to see from outsider's perspective what the team looks like or what is forming like. What are the characteristics that we where we need to add to the team in order to make us successful in this formation and system. And it was the first game, and I think it was clear to see that our midfield is somewhere that we need to address. And yeah, we still probably need another striker. Even though I think Okafor would probably do very well in this system that he's trying to play at the striker position. So I think you'll just need to relax a little bit and give Fonseca some time. And just one point I want to make about Pioli, the comparison to Pioli, to Roy and everyone. If Pioli was this way better manager than Fonseca,
I didn't say way better.
Why the fuck is he
I didn't
not
say
have a
way
job
better.
right now? Why did Benzema
okay,
tell his club?
all right, but Allegri doesn't have a job right now.
They're just as bad as each other anyway.
But I don't. I'm not. But also, hold on. I didn't say way better, and I'm saying that Fonseca is the same, just a little bit worse. That's what I'm saying.
Pioli was about to become the highest paid coach in the world. Fonseca took a $2.5 million wage, okay, for a job that he's unqualified for. He should be coaching Fiorentina. Put respect on Pioli's name. The dude was about to be the highest. He was about to be the highest paid coach in the world, dude. You think they just like did that for no reason? They just threw a contract like that for no reason.
Does he have that job?
Hold on. Let me get serious here for a little bit. Let me talk to Ace. I see what you're saying, bro. But like, what I'm trying to say is, it's not because we're not mad at the game per se, right? We're not mad at the game per se. That's what I was saying earlier. We're not mad at the game. It's the accumulation of things since last year, and now that's the first display you see. First of all, like I said, the reason why people are really frustrated is this year, bro. This is probably one of the first years in my entire life I watched football that there's been this much available coaches, and at least decent available coaches, because usually coaches are, they're already taken. And out of all of the plethora of available coaches, from like the Tuchel, Conte, De Zerbi, I mean, you name it,
Sarri,
go, and then Fonseca is your guy. That's one. So people are already in their feelings. They're like, okay, we wanted Pioli gone, but not to go for that. It's a downgrade essentially, because I don't remember Fonseca winning anything that's significant compared to some of these other guys that have league titles, that have Champions League. That's one. Now you look at the targets. When we didn't hit our targets, like Xerxes gone. Right, and I don't care how people felt about him, and it's whatever. Anyways, the targets are gone. Now, Zlatan, you coming out here, Johnny Bravo type style, going in these conference. Oh, we know who our striker is. We know who our striker is. We have something in mind. Boom, we got Morata now in our face, right? And then that's the display you see. So what I'm trying to say is, this is not isolated. It's just an accumulation. So if that's the first thing we see now, if we would have won, we would have still been like, okay, fine. But we're drawing against Rapid Vienna. We're sitting there, and then just what's in the background, it's not cohesive enough. So we're just, we're not tripping, but we're upset.
To add to that, Clint, this was like
after Carmelo, let Antonio talk, guys.
Yeah, like you said, Clint, was many managers were free this summer. I mean, now if not Conte, right? Why not Sarri? Sarri is way more qualified than Fonseca is. Why not Sarri? He's Italian, he knows the league and everything, and he's more qualified. Sarri won trophies and everything. Why not him? Do you know what I mean? Why? Why Fonseca? I just don't know. Well, I do know, but I pretend I'm not. I don't. Go on, Antonio.
Hey, Antonio, how are you?
Guido took over.
Hey, don't make me mad because I gotta go to work. Even though I don't want to go to work because
Can Fonseca use both feet?
Hey, Clint, watch out! There is a cops 5 miles from you if you're driving.
Say it again. Huh?
Okay, why don't you guys talk about positive things? Okay, let's start talking. Fonseca,
Guido,
positive thing about Fonseca. Wait,
Guido,
I heard he has a hot girlfriend.
Shut up, Guido. Guido, shut up.
His girlfriend is hot.
Shut the hell up, Guido.
Guido,
no, let Guido talk, guys.
Guido, what are you
talk over him, guys.
Boring. I'm 53.
Talk over him. Don't let him talk.
Boring,
Don't let him talk. Shut up.
Guys?
Guido, let me ask you something.
You're making a live about the Rapid Vienna
you can't
game.
talk.
Okay, can somebody remind me the formation because I don't remember.
Guido, we're talking
positive.
That's why we're making
Guido, I was talking positive before the game started. I talked about the Pitroy Cup.
But you really watched the game. I was cooking and eating while the game was on. Because
go watch the game and then come back. Go watch the game and come back.
Maybe once I agree with Roy, the best player was the Liberali, was the best player on a game. Then Salemaker and Florenzi that he doesn't like. I don't know.
They were the best players.
Can I make a piece? I don't know, Besides that, you really judge this game technically, valuing the fact.
But it gives you an idea of how Fonseca is going to play, and you can see it.
No, he looks like 4-2-3-1. I'm in favor of the 4-3-3. Actually, I'm in favor of the defense at 3, not even at 4. Because I see the defense, the new guy we want to buy, what's his name? I will put him, Gabby in the center, Kalul on the right. I play defense at 3. Then in the front, I can do whatever I want. 3-4-3, 3-4-1-2, 3-4-2-1.
Guido, can I ask you something? Were you earlier on in Enrico Silvestrin chat? Were you?
What?
Was that
you?
you?
He named my name. Do you see when he named my name?
Oh yeah. Was you, wasn't it?
God, I was writing to him, but.
Oh yeah, I know. I read it.
No, I know. You know, I don't like the fact that it's always okay. Somebody I heard, we keep buying 20 million players. Or besides, you know, I know you guys analyzing the game, all the technical whatever about the game. Can somebody tell me what was the mistake when we got scored, when they tied the game? Can somebody tell me something really accurate? How did we get scored? Tell me why we got scored.
Yeah, the team lost control of the game.
That goal.
Too easy.
No, Guido. That cross into our.
Who made the mistake? They made the guy cross. Who made the guy cross?
That dangerous cross. Guido, that dangerous cross. That dangerous cross that they scored on was one of 20 dangerous crosses they had. That was one of literally 20 dangerous opportunities.
No,
they had
it wasn't dangerous.
Name names, Guido. I don't know who you're talking about.
Who was defending? Can we finish talk?
Name names, Guido. Don't be a bitch.
On a cross? Who was defending on a cross on the left back? Who was the left back?
Jimenez.
Okay, do you guys, okay, I teach you a little soccer or football, whatever you want to call it.
Take your notepads out.
Okay, take a note. Do you see what the guy did? We want, okay, let me say something first. We want to buy a right back. When the right back we have, this guy Jimenez is a right back. A shot a day cannot be the left back. Tell me why. Do you see the way he defended the cross? He stretched the right leg, so basically you don't have any cover with your body. Instead, what he had to do, he stretched the left leg. So when the cross comes to the area, guys, I'm sorry, I play soccer too many years. I'm sorry. If you defend with the left leg, the ball hit your fucking leg. If you defend like he did, he stretched the right leg. There was only his foot trying to stop the ball. Instead, if you defend, you stretch the left leg, the ball doesn't go through because it is all your body defending. The ball goes backwards. So
why is always
not defend right there? So
why there is
Milan
always
want to buy the right back? We need to buy a left back because we are only Hernandez. That's the point.
Why there is always a free man on the far post? Every goal
is better than that guy on the left back. Balotelli is better than that guy.
Cross Balotelli off your bingo card.
Balotelli scored.
Cross Balotelli off your bingo card. Who has the Guido bingo card out?
I forgot. 3 points.
Guido,
bingo.
Okay, how many right backs
I
we have?
played soccer many years. Cross that off your bingo
Jimenez
card.
Right back.
Balotelli is great. Cross that off your bingo
card. Right back. I tell you 5 already. Where is the left back? We need the left back, not the right back.
Hernandez.
It's one. What about you get hurt? What's going to do? Who's going to play? Jimenez on the left, like that. You play with the Lamine Yamal.
Is it
Furlani? Like that. He's going to fuck him up.
Ibra's fault, Furlani, Moncada. Whose fault is this?
Of course, that's the ownership fault. Whatever is in charge. I don't know what I hear the news only talking about the right back. When we have a 5 right back, we don't have a left back because Hernandez not even sure he's going to stay. Who knows? Maybe he leaves. Who knows? So
we're getting Emerson Royale.
See, Inter got a Cabal just because they need an extra player. No, actually, Juventus.
Juventus.
Yeah, they fucked him up. Good. That's another Barone. You make fun of me about Barone. He coached them with Verona. He was doing great, man.
Hey, hold on. But this past season when Theo Hernandez was out, the player was Florenzi.
But Florenzi can play 2 feet. You ever seen Florenzi?
Hey, Florenzi looked like a midfielder today, boy.
I don't understand why we got adapt players on another thing. Nobody understand. I suggest you guys when you watch, when you want to learn about soccer, watch the guy Pitball. Do you know the Milan Pitball? The guy that he study all the new players, he give the statistic, everything about the players. Yeah, he's great. That guy's great. He does his job. He don't bother. He don't make a comment. Nothing. He just tell you what he sees.
Yeah.
So beside that, so I don't understand. You know what he said? The first thing that I noticed today when I called Antonio on the phone during the game, I said, why Pobega play right and the other guy play left at the league? Pobega's left foot. I never seen shit like that. But that's, I don't know. I have a hope.
Probably doesn't know you.
I have a hope.
Know you.
No, Pobega isn't good enough.
Pobega can't play in 4-2-3-1. He just can't play there. It's not his role.
Listen, I'm in favor of 4-3-3. Even better, I want to play 3 defense.
Guys, he's not.
All the defense that we have, they got to play 3 because nobody give me 100% sure on 2. I want them at 3.
Listen,
because Kalulu is a mix between a right back and a center back. So I think defense at 3 would be the best for us.
You want to hear a big truth here? The truth is, with the roster we have, we should not be playing a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-3-3. We should be playing with 3 at the back. We should be way more pragmatic.
So you agree with me?
We should be way more pragmatic.
Yeah, but for Roy,
thinking more about balance than just attacking the whole time.
But even with 4-3-3, even if you want to play with 4-3-3, you still need a proper CDM, and you don't have, which you don't have. You know?
That's why I don't think we should play. I think we should go.
Yeah,
I think we should play with a 3-4-3 or a 3-4.
But guys, let me tell you something. If we buy Samardzic, I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna have fun. I want to see those kind of players. Freaking technique and everything. Shoot. Is the only one that can shoot. We don't have a guy that can shoot in the post.
It's useless. It's useless. We don't need that kind. We have too many of those players in the team.
No, they got to get rid of somebody. You don't want to keep all those players. But,
okay.
But if we want to play 4-2-3-1, at least he can be a number 10 for real. Even though we have a Pulisic, but for me, Pulisic is more a number 10 than a wing.
He deserves a try, honestly.
Because if you see Pulisic, when he does better, he's in the center of the field. Because on the wing, he doesn't go through a jump of the players. I've never seen doing that, especially when you play with good teams.
Oh, yeah, he does very well against Frosinone, Sassuolo, and all those teams. Yeah,
I know. But I'm talking about the big teams.
Wait, Ace said Maldini. What did you guys think about Maldini?
Maldini's always been good. Leao said he was the best technical player in the team.
Maldini was better than Ruben today. 10 times better than Ruben.
Maldini did good. He missed control in the area. But I mean,
should they stay? Should Maldini stay?
Maldini should stay. First of all, because it's Italian, and we need a 4 and 4.
Fuck
we need
Italian.
4 with Italian teams and 4 with Italian Milan youth.
Vaffanculo gli italiani. Vaffanculo gli italiani.
But as operating partner of Redbird, fuck the Italians. Okay.
Yeah, vaffanculo. No, but Maldini needs to go because the kid needs to play. If he stays at Milan, he never plays.
But do you know the rules of the Champions League?
That's why they brought Fonseca in, because Fonseca could develop and brings youth through.
He looks really solid, dude. Players were bouncing off of him today. His center of gravity was good. He actually looked really good. That cross was absolutely perfection.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see the final, who finalized? Florenzi finalized.
Florenzi's playing for his life right now, dude. Florenzi's playing like his life depends on it.
And I hope something will fix, because it's been 5 years we have the same problem. When they took when they got the post, they hit the pole with the shot inside the area. It's the usual thing, and I see that happen even other teams. The guy goes to the wing, they put a ball in the center of the area, and nobody's there. I don't understand what first of all, what the defenders are doing in front of the goalkeeper. Why don't you step up? You see the cross is going to go backward. You got 3 defenders. You don't have to take. They don't take a man. We play zone. I still understand why everybody want to play zone.
That's Fonseca.
Instead, you got to take the fucking man in the area.
Fonseca is teaching them how to put their arm across the opponent. A U6. That's what he's teaching them. That's what he's bullshit. Why doesn't he teach them where to freaking stand on crosses? How about that? How about actually coach at a higher level, please?
I mean, I think, Rock, I think you've been a little bit hard. I think you've been a little bit hard. Like, at the end of the day, it's going to take time for his methods to, saturate themselves into the team. So you need to be a little bit more patient.
Ace, we've been waiting and waiting.
He has no new methods. There are no new methods. There are 0 new methods.
Oh, listen. I think that's why Ibrahimovic.
Listen, if it was game 5 or game 10 in the season, and the team look like how they look like today, then we can
I'll see you then, Ace. I'll see you then.
Actually, this U.S. tour, that's what I'm going to base on. If I see the same thing for the next 2 or 3 games, I'm done.
I mean,
This is
but
not
how
De
can you say that?
Zerbi. This is not De Zerbi. This is not Klopp. This is not any of those guys.
Yeah,
This
but
is
listen,
literally
that's
But Rock,
Serbia. I
Fonseca.
love
literally,
to
we
This
death,
is
played
but you guys
Fonseca.
scored a million
We
goals a
played
game,
Man
man.
City, Real Madrid, and Barcelona. Like, really? Are you gonna? Are you, come on! Like, what do you think the chances about like this squad against that squad? Like, come on.
Were
I
we
think
supposed to change after Pioli or remain the same? That's what I want to know. Was the goal to change from Pioli or remain the same?
But
Yeah,
What
it
was the
changed.
goal?
Rock,
We go another
Anto,
manager.
what's wrong with the phone?
Go ahead, Guido. Go ahead. Rock.
No, I want to say
Go ahead.
about the coach. The only coach that I would ever take would ever be Conceição or Sarri. Only the two of them. I'm talking about compared to Fonseca.
okay,
Pioli,
but
you guys
Big
forgot that
personality
Arrigo
coaches.
Sacchi was the
I
best coach
agree.
we had
I
in
agree with
history.
you, Guido. I
okay,
agree.
but Jesus Christ,
Okay.
it's you're
Arrigo
gonna
Sacchi
keep
stayed
talking
4
about
years
it
in Milan.
over.
He won everything. So Pioli did 5 years. After a while, you got to go. Because even if there is a good player on the team, you're not
No,
going to see it
I agree with
because
that.
you're blind.
Hey,
You
listen,
cannot stay more than 5 years. And not
Guido,
even Ancelotti stay more than 5. How many years
yeah, yeah,
Ancelotti stay? I
I
don't know.
agree. I
Seven,
like
I agree
Pioli.
seven
with you,
years.
Guido. Guido,
I've
we
always
agree with you.
defended Pioli. I
We
always
agree.
defended Pioli, but it was time for him to move on. The cycle is over. The question here is in my opinion, we brought in a guy that is exactly like Pioli, but I think Pioli is better. That's
No,
the
he can't
problem.
be better. He cannot be
Yep.
better.
Yes, he is.
That's what
Listen,
I
we don't
see right.
know. We cannot judge Fonseca until we don't see at least a
Was a
year.
Saudi team offering Fonseca the
You cannot
largest
judge
coaching
Fonseca based
contract in
on
the
this
world?
game.
It's a
This
little bit
game.
ironic, guys. Roy, it's a little bit ironic because of the two coaches that you want to talk about Pioli and Fonseca. You want more Italian youth to come to the team. Guess who? Guess which one of those profiles is going to give you a better chance of bringing our young Italians through? It's not Pioli. So I mean, we need
Was
to
a
get over.
Sarri we had to
Yeah,
get.
but I'm not. I'm
Okay, but
listen.
Sarri is not here.
I'm looking at the game, the football. Okay, I'm not making those kind of calculations about who. I'm looking at the game itself, and from what I saw today, obviously it's going to be better. I know that it's going to be better, but from what I saw, we're not going to get anything innovative. It's going to be the same shit. It looks to me it's going to be pretty
different,
basic.
Roy. It's going to be
I don't
different. We
think
saw
so. I don't
no. I
think so
mean,
at all.
I guess we saw
I
different
really
things.
don't.
What I saw was okay, based on just the first half alone, the way that he wants the team to play, we need a better ball distributor at the sixth position, and players like Liberali and Maldini may actually have a shot of making the squad because of the what he wants from his 10. And I
Yeah.
don't think Loftus Cheek it has the characteristics to give him what he wants from his 10. So maybe Loftus Cheek might fall like into a more central position or whatever. I don't know. We'll see.
Look,
But
again, it's only the
but
first. It's
What
only the
I saw
first
today.
game, but I see the same struggle over and over again in the build-up of the play. The same struggle all over again.
Yeah,
That's what
but
I see.
who's gonna build up with those players? You're gonna build up from the back
No, the
without
manager has
Rangers,
to give.
without
The
any good
manager
players.
has to give. The
But
manager has to give new ideas. That's why it's there for. Otherwise,
the
we would kept
But,
Pioli
but
there.
sure,
you yeah, but do you see the
yeah, that's
formation? Do you see the formation in first half? Are you freaking kidding me? Like that, Mosciano, my team, it's Eccellenza could beat them today.
yeah, but
'Cause my
guys,
team in Eccellenza is better than the freaking Rapid Vienna. So
guess what?
please.
Y'all are complaining. Y'all are
But you
complaining.
see the
How
formation
how
today? If
many?
there's a
No, no,
formation
no.
you
Hold
can
on.
play.
How many new players? How many of Fonseca's quote unquote signings are in this team
no,
right now? They're none. So
but what I'm
so
saying, sorry, Ace, but what I'm saying
Come on,
is
man. We're gonna have a more out. We're gonna have maybe the German
hold on.
guy.
I know that the
Please.
team is going to be better
Leao,
for
Messi,
sure.
Pulisic. Come on, man.
I'm not talking about the quality of the team. For sure, obviously, the team in 2 months, in theory, it should 100% be better than what we saw today. But
exactly.
but as far as that, I'm convinced that it's not going to be any better than Pioli. I think it's going to be slightly worse.
But listen, Pioli, the
Okay, well,
mistake
we
he
can take
made.
a friendly
Listen,
bet
one
on it.
mistake Pioli made. Pioli, when you win the league, Italian league, besides we had Tonali, of course. Tonali can see whatever. Like, that's for sure. But one mistake Pioli made last year, he fucked up the league. Besides the injury, don't we guys forget we had the 40 muscle injuries. Nobody, they say it's the top in the history of soccer. Nobody ever happened like that. Never happened to a team, something like that. Never happened.
So besides that, he put Krunic on the fucking center D. Nobody can take from my mind. We were 1-1 with Borussia Dortmund. If you would put Partesag and put Hernandez on the fucking center, we never lose that game. Never. He put Krunic was the player that he loved. It was one of the best defensive midfielder, even though he's not a defensive midfielder. But that's why in the beginning of the year they didn't buy. So that's the mistake Pioli made. If not Pioli, the way he want to play, the way I loved when Milan was playing good. The problem is he made a big mistake that fucked us up.
And the mistake was that they should buy a player like Casey when Casey left.
That's for sure. But remember, in the beguining of the season, they had the Krunic, Pobega. They're not Casey, they're not Tonali.
Krunic, Guido, Krunic was the only.
You want to play Krunic on that position.
He was the only one who could do that. The only one who could do that was him. The only one. No one else could do that.
Sorry, but that year we had players. It wasn't just Kessie. It was Tonali, Benacer.
I forgot Benacer didn't play all year. Almost.
The thing is that those years we had players that were really good off the ball and players that were good on the ball. As Reindeers and Loftus-Cheek off the ball are scandalous. They are scandals off the ball.
We had a good mix back then. Exactly. Yeah. One way or the other.
Okay, let me give you an idea. What about we do 4-3-3, right? And we buy Fofana and we put Reinders in the middle and we put Loftus-Cheek on the fucking third. Imagine we can beat Inter. Let me tell you, we can kill Inter with that formation.
It's a little bit more balanced.
What's his name? Barella, those fucking guys are bigger and stronger than Loftus-Cheek. And Fofana, you ever see Fofana? He's that guy. I mean, the highlights I watch, he goes post to post, box to box.
I don't know about that.
Barella's going to suck his dick. Barella can just suck his dick. We play man. But you got to play three midfielder like Inter play. You cannot play Inter play 4-2 with the Samardžić on the top.
So you want to play? So you want to play Reinders in the middle in 4-3-3?
Reinders for me, and I told you when we played last year.
He can't do that. He can't play in the middle.
Reinders got to get the ball from the back and bring whatever he wants. He's the only one who can do that. And you guys never going to take this from my mind because I know soccer. I'm sorry, guys, but you guys don't know.
He has to be protected by...
Protect the Fofana on one side. They can Loftus-Cheek on the other. Loftus-Cheek is not a number 10. Pioli play number 10, Loftus-Cheek, please.
The problem is, I don't know. Listen, I disagree that all of a sudden we're going to be better than Inter's midfield. I disagree with that.
Loftus-Cheek, Fofana and Reinders against the Barrel, like Mkhitaryan, they can suck their dick.
It's easy to say that now and talk, but on the field...
I watched the Paris Saint-Germain game in Milan. Loftus-Cheek got a ball from the back of the post. He went all the way up. They were holding his shorts.
Yeah, the only good game he did.
Were grabbing his shorts. They couldn't stop him.
Played against Inter too.
They couldn't stop him. They couldn't stop him.
The only game he did good.
But because all team was set up well. It was 2 lanes. I was there, man. I was there.
I get it. You want to be optimistic, and it's fine. I'm not going to take that away from you.
Why we played only that game like that? Why we couldn't play all the games like that?
I think that with the addition of Zielinski, that midfield is killer. It's one of the best midfielders.
Hey, Roy, still 11 players can play. Cannot play 25, 11 on the field. I don't care. Zielinski's going to be on the bench. Who's going to play?
16 players play.
Who's going to play? He's going to be on the bench.
Yeah, but the thing is that...
Oh, sorry, Roy. Sorry, Roy. Let me ask you this. Guido, let me ask you this. If we get Fofana, right, and Samardžić or whoever, do you think... Let me finish. Do you we reduce the gap with Inter with these players?
On 11 on the field, if they don't get injured, they can play every game. Yes,
man. So we need a 10.
No way.
We need a 10. We need a 10.
How can this guy come here and tell us that he's going to teach us football? You need 6 top midfielders if you want to be competitive. You
I'm talking about listen, on the field is 11 players. I'm talking about 11.
Okay, 11. But after the 60th minute, one goes out.
Zelis is fucking Maradona. And we got Samardžić.
And then one gets injured. You need to bring it.
Yeah, we got the other guy. Who gives a shit?
Depth.
Roy, there are 5 substitutions, and you can still change the game with 5 substitutions.
Did they fucking Atletico Madrid? Did they kill Atletico Madrid? Did they kill Inter or not? Do you watch the game?
Inter fucked up not scoring. Inter could have scored 10 goals. No.
The game in Madrid, they couldn't score 10 goals. That's bullshit. The game in Madrid, they didn't understand shit what they were doing.
No, they could have
That pie look like a Maradona, please. Because Simeone knows how to fucking defend and take care of the man.
Yeah.
Because
And
you play
Fonseca
11 and 11. Don't tell me that Mkhitaryan is unstoppable, Roy. Mkhitaryan is unstoppable, please.
Fonseca is not Simeone.
Please.
Wake up. Fonseca is not Simeone. Simeone is a world-class coach. Fonseca is a mid-table coach. You got to wake up. Yeah, Simeone beating Inzaghi.
But you judge Fonseca based on what you think he's gonna do. I don't judge a person until I don't see.
Listen.
Until I don't see, I cannot judge.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me see. Let me find an example.
I didn't say Fonseca. I said the way I want to play Milan. It's different from Fonseca. It's 4-3-3.
Can I just?
It's 4-3-3.
Sorry, Roy. Can I just say something? Guido was saying 11-11. I don't care about the others. But after the 60 minutes, right? Inter can put in Zainliski, Çalhanoğlu, Mkhitaryan, whoever they have. Who are we going to put in? Pobega, Aldio, Musa?
Yeah, why not?
Do you see the difference there? Do you see the difference there or no?
But why? A player cannot play 90 minutes. On a Euro, they went overtime a million times. They were running like crazy. A player cannot play 90 minutes.
No. Loftus-Cheek cannot play 90 minutes.
All the players just because Inter changed the play.
Is a player that cannot play 90 minutes.
I know Loftus-Cheek cannot play a game. Loftus-Cheek, I agree.
What I would say is it's clear that at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like, I know.
First of all, we didn't sell Benacer yet, which I don't like because he got 1 foot. But Benacer can be the side because he cannot be the center. 1 foot cannot be on the center of the field. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me just finish my thought, right? So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Well, I don't. I have a bias against Pioli. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't really matter what coaches stand up on the sideline. If the team and the squad of quality of players isn't good enough, then it doesn't matter who's on the sideline, right? So for me, based on what one of my takeaways from the game today is that we probably taking into account the players that are still recovering and on holiday to come back into the squad. Our team is about 6 quality players away from Inter right now, in my opinion. And those positions.
No, but I don't. Ace, I don't agree with you because even if you don't have top quality players, but you have a top coach, he will get things out of him. And Conte is an example of that because when Conte started with Juventus, he didn't have top players besides 2 or 3.
But to Guido's point,
a top manager makes a difference, and Fonseca ain't one of them.
Yeah, but come on. At the end of the day, to Guido's point, like we don't know what Fonseca is going to look like yet. We don't know.
Oh, I do. I do know. I don't want to sound presumptuous.
Nobody. I suggest to be quiet, everyone, because nobody knows. Because Fonseca, you guys don't even know. Most of the life of Fonseca coach, he played 4-3-3. So I don't know why you want to fucking play the 4-2-3-1. Which I don't understand.
No, he played 4-2-3-1. He played 4-2-3-1.
But guys, remember,
you guys go document yourself.
No. We literally saw a video of him saying
4-2-3-1, Guido. 4-2-3-1.
I said, and in the past, he didn't play 4-2-3-1.
He has a master class.
Last year, he played 4-3-3 many times.
Hey, y'all are both right. He plays.
But you think it's a big difference, fucking 4-2-3-1, 4-3-3? I want 4-3-3 because we have the player for that. Now, if this guy is stupid,
I have a question for Ace and Guido. Let's get a player. I don't know. Let's get an example. Let's get a Balotelli. If you have Balotelli, right, and he plays for 7 years, let's say he plays for Milan, and now all of a sudden, if Balotelli goes to Juventus, does Balotelli become a genius all of a sudden, or is he the same player?
No, he's the same player.
So that's the same thing with coaches. Fonseca is not going to become a genius all of a sudden. It's going to be the same.
Fonseca coach different players. The players are not the same.
You can't say that.
What Pioli won all his life?
Look, if Fonseca was a genius, he wouldn't be at Milan. Let's be clear about that.
Fonseca is much younger than Pioli. So maybe
Roy,
why don't you give him a chance?
Let me answer your question, Roy. That comparison is null and void here because at the end of the day, coaches can't go and play the game. So and to say that coaches and players are similar like that, it's not true because Because look then how come England hasn't won a European championship yet, and they have so much quality in their team?
They don't have that much quality. That's another issue. The thing about them having quality is fake news. It's fake
Roy,
news.
You can't say that they don't have quality.
Did you hear what I tell you before about the Spanish kid that defend wrong, totally wrong today? So if the coach is able to see that means it's not fucking good.
Yeah, but Roy,
if he's gonna keep putting the guy on the left back and you play with this Lamine Mal, whatever, he's gonna burn him up. He's gonna kill him because he cannot play like that. He cannot go with the right leg, stretch the leg, and you just cover Berico with the toe. You want to stop the ball.
English players are overhyped to a level that is insane. It shouldn't
I'm not
even
saying
be
that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. However, that same team made it to the finals playing horrible football. So can you imagine if they actually had a great coach, they might win something.
Or maybe they would have lost. Maybe it would have lost.
I'm cheering for Allegri or Sarri. I think they're still out of job. Right? I mean, Sarri coach someone. I think he's out, right?
No, but come on, let's be real. If Pep Guardiola was coaching at
I want Italian coach. I'm sorry.
Chances are they're going to win something, right?
Probably, with Guardiola.
But can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question. Do you think with this current team, if Pep Guardiola had only our players right now available, do you think he can win a Champions League with this current squad?
I don't know, but it would definitely have a major improvement.
What, Milan, you mean?
Yeah, Milan.
You guys forgot that we won Italian League. We won second last year. We went semi-final 2 years ago.
No, but I think the quality of the football would drastically be different.
Oh yes, exactly. We might don't win the Champions League, but we would have a chance to win Serie A, even with these players, in my opinion. With Guardiola there.
Yeah, with these coaches, they elevate the players. They have ideas that are, they're tactically brilliant. They know how to do things. It's levels.
Yeah, but not only that.
Roy, what do you think?
Roy, it's not only that. Roy, it's not only that. They have also credibility in players' eyes as well. So the players are willing to listen more.
100%. It's all part of the package.
What is the difference between what is the difference between the way Pioli tried to play the game and the way that City tried to play the game?
But Pioli done his time long ago. Pioli shouldn't be there last year either. He should be gone the year before.
I'm just asking.
Pioli tried to copy what Guardiola was doing, and it's it worked well for the Serie A because our team was very balanced at the time.
Yeah, but for a while, Roy. No, for a while.
Here we had the best midfield. Our midfield was the best in Serie A, and that's why we won it because
the midfield. You're making my point for me, which is at the end of the day, even a shitty coach like Pioli,
but we don't have the best roster. But right now, we don't have the best roster in Serie A, and the coach is not is like Pioli. Is nothing.
I think
it's not an upgrade.
Too fixated.
It's not an upgrade.
At this point, Roy, I think honestly you're a little too fixated on Fonseca. Like, okay, he's not what you wanted. He's not what everybody wanted.
No, listen, I'm honest. You have to, Ace. I'm super honest with this. Listen, Ace, I'm super. If I saw today's stuff that impressed me, if I saw stuff that impressed me today, I would have said it. But what I saw today is the bootleg version of Pioli. No, but listen,
forget today. The history of Fonseca speaks for him. What are we talking about here?
No, but you can't judge him.
What about the history of Pioli before he won the league? What was the history of Pioli before he won the league?
No, I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm just saying you can't just use that. You have to give him some time to prove himself or prove you right. You know what I mean? And also let me just make this point. Like Liverpool just hired a new manager. Apparently this great Dutch manager that's supposed to, continue what Klopp did and all kind of stuff like that.
Right, I tell you, let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. Give me Liverpool's players and I'll be good with Fonseca as well. You can't compare the two situations. You just can't. You give me Liverpool's players.
Coaches.
But hold on. What were you going to say? Let me hear what.
I was simply saying. All I was simply saying is like, I mean, I don't see Liverpool fans up in arms and complaining about the coach, even though they lost their last friendly this week. I think it was 2-1 or 2-0 they lost.
We didn't even lose.
So I mean,
Liverpool is a super healthy club with that spends a lot of money on players, but
can't compare the two.
buys players. That
I mean, you say that, but
they
how much
buy
money,
players to win the Champions League. They spend to win the Champions League. We buy players and spend simply for the company I work for Redbird to maintain this status quo. Completely different situation.
I mean, okay, like at the end of the day, I'm not a Redbird apologist. I also am a little bit concerned as to their methodology of running the club.
Yeah, and that's a big factor.
You know, but
soon it's gonna be all the same. The club's gonna be run all the same very soon. If they follow the rules of financial fair play, they should be run all the same.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like at the end of the day, I have no control over the running of the club. However, like, okay, my interest is about the
but that's what drives everything. That's what drives everything. That is the issue, the main issue, why we are in the situation we are. Because that's the driving force.
You're acting like, and you see, this is where I'm gonna sound like a apologist, where I'm not, right? Where I'm just as frustrated as you all. However, I also could be pragmatic enough to say, okay, hey, they've only been this is really their first, like after this calendar financial year, we can say, yeah, this is their team, this is their operation, this is how they're moving forward. And if at the end of the season we don't have any trophies or aren't pushing to the latter edges of competitions, then then we can say, then we could revisit this argument.
I don't feel like I need to wait, Ace, honestly. I feel like I've seen enough and I don't need to wait to see. Like it seems obvious to me. That's the way I feel, that's why maybe I sound negative.
Yeah, but the way I read the season, I don't have to wait. I agree with that. I don't have to wait either, because the way I see it, I looking at the players we get it in, the players we already have, and the manager we have. So I know already. I don't want to sound presumptuous, whatever the word is, presuntuoso. But that's the way I see it. I don't need to wait. I'm
not as fixated on.
I hope I'll be wrong. I hope I'll be wrong. But I see already the writing on the wall. To be honest with you.
I mean, I'm worried. Okay, yeah, I'm worried that we didn't get Xerxes over the line, and but maybe Morata can be. Look, at the end of the day, I'm with you all. I'm concerned, but I'm also not going to be super panicking yet and saying, "Oh my God,"
Oh no, I'm not panicking about these things. No, I'm not.
And also, it's really hard to take too much. I think, guys, we everybody listening, it's just friendlies. Like the main thing, if you want to watch, is to see if
Ace, but I'm not. Look, Ace, I'm not. My opinion is not. My opinion is not based on tonight's game. Obviously, I'm talking generally speaking, and based on the players we have and we get it in, and based on the manager we have. So I'm talking about more like a big picture, not tonight's game. Obviously, that would be silly to judge it just based on tonight's game. That's
Yeah, but even if you want to say big picture, like how businesses are structured, like you have many goals that lead you up to the big goal, and the big goal most of the times isn't going to be 1 or 2 years. It might be 3, 4, 5, 6 years before you see the returns on your investment. So and yeah, it kind of works like that as well.
Yeah, but that's where I have an issue. That's where I have an issue with. I mean, we were back in 2022. We won the Scudetto. It would take a little to build on that. And now here we are talking about, again, wait another 2 or 3 years to see something happening. We keep waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting.
We also got sold at the end of that year.
We're not changing our team.
Yes, sold for the worst. Sold for the worst.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it does. I mean, what could you do? What could you do at that point? You can't.
Really I can't do anything. I'm just saying. I know that. I'm just saying.
So
you guys so pessimist, man.
It's not pessimist. Guido, non è questione di essere pessimisti, è la realtà. You have
Ma
to
la
be
realtà
realist.
quale? Ma la Juventus ha fatto schifo 5 anni, ma che cazzo state a dire? Ma per
Quali
piacere,
5 anni?
no? L'imbroglio
ma
che hanno
lei-
fatto, la Juventus doveva stare in galera, ma anche in
ma ha vinto 9
in
anni di
galera.
fila. Ha vinto 9 anni di fila, però.
9 anni non ci stava nessuno. Nobody was there, of course.
No, it's not. Come on, Guido. It's not. I mean,
Okay, how many Champions League they won?
I'm not talking about.
No.
I'm talking
Don't do
about
this.
next season.
Let's talk
I'm
about
talking
Milan.
about next
We are
season.
Milan.
Next
We're not
season.
Juventus. We're Milan.
I'm not
That's
talking-
what I
Juventus.
mean. We talk about Juventus 9 league. Yeah, Conte was a.
No,
Do
you
remember?
brought up
Do
Juve.
you remember
brought up
Juventus
Juve.
start winning the 9 leagues? They stole from us the first one.
And the thing is
Mr.
that even when
Muntari, remember Muntari?
oh my God, don't go there.
I'm
But
talking
anyway,
about next season. Next season, we can't compete with
we
Inter.
don't lose the
anyway,
game.
but Juventus, even if they have a shitty season, the market they go in usually they go in a strong market.
That's why they win in Europe, because they cannot cheat. Before, guess what? Morata moved from Juventus to Inter, and Inter start winning, Juventus start losing. How the fuck is possible?
Yeah, it's really it's
Besides,
got nothing
Morata
to
is
do-
really good.
This is
I like it.
we're dealing with Redbird. This is we need to focus on Redbird.
They're
What
dealing with
Juventus
Oak
does,
Tree now. They're dealing with Oak Tree now.
Inter's dealing with Oak Tree, but it's not. But it's different.
Yeah,
It's not the same.
wait a couple of years when they're going to start selling the players, because then they say, oh no, we cannot spend this, we cannot do that.
Yeah. I
Well,
don't know. I've heard that a lot.
so far, they renew the top players and everything. So I don't
one
see
player.
anything changing.
I mean, we don't know what's gonna happen yet. You know, I mean, for all we know, they're gonna resign Theo and Mike and you know.
Listen, I hope that Ibrahimovic, like Marotta is doing few years, they're gonna start signing people free. Like there is a Rabiot for free now. Fucking get him. Why Rabiot cannot make 8 million? Because Leao make 5 million. I don't fucking understand. Leao we had to pay. We had to pay because he made a fucking mess over there in Portugal. We had to pay for that. So we had to pay for other shit. A player that come for free, and that's why I get so mad when they judge me that they didn't want to pay the commission for Zirze. First of all, who the fuck is Zirze? He don't exist on the history of soccer. He still got to show that he scored 20 goals a game. Then he's worth 60 million. First of all.
Yeah,
Second of all,
I agree.
15 million commission. Inter pay the commission because they don't buy the players. They get the free agent, and so they pay the commission. And I don't know why Milan don't want to do that. I agree to pay the commission when the players is free. Not when the player costs 40 million and I got to give you 50 million.
Yeah, because the free players.
He's going to get done in Manchester United. What? He's going to get done.
Guido, why don't we have a proper sporting director, but instead we have someone who's in
but
charge
would you want Maldini? I want Sartori. I want Sartori, not Maldini.
You feel
Sartori,
Almeno you feel the pain, huh?
Sartori.
La mitragliatrice, you feel
man. Mica non ti fa parlare. Listen, I was gonna say this.
Sartori, lo conosci?
Sì, conosco tutti, non ti preoccupare.
Ok, allora perché non fai da Sartori? Dici, ti do 5 milioni all'anno, I give you 5 million a year and you solve all the problems.
Why don't we have a proper sporting director taking care of things? Instead, we have a financial manager taking care. That's the answer for you. That's your answer. That's the answer you need. That's the answer you need. A financial manager controlling the sporting side. That's why we are where we are.
I know. I don't know why they think they're gonna buy players 20 million. They're gonna sell for 50 million. I don't know why. That's the only thing that I don't agree. That's because the difference between us and Inter get a free agent player. We don't. That's the only difference.
Yeah, because at Inter they want to win trophies, actual trophies. At Milan they don't. They don't care about the sporting side.
Nobody in Milan, nobody.
Listen, get that into your head. Get that into your head that they're not interested in the sporting side.
Unfortunately, that's true. Unfortunately, that is the truth. They don't care. They are winning.
You won the one league after many years.
They are winning. They
yeah,
don't.
But he won Coppa Italia, won Super Coppa. We won a fuck all.
I don't believe they don't want to win.
Oh, but the algorithm,
No,
guys.
they are winning, Guido. They are winning. They're happy.
Roy,
Hey, Roy, more you win and more money comes in. Remember that.
exactly.
More you win and more money comes in.
No.
Exactly.
As long as you keep,
Roy,
as long as you
Roy,
keep
Roy,
top
Roy.
4, you're fine. That's
okay,
all
the
that matters.
question. Let me ask a question to you guys.
The
Hey, let me ask a question to you guys.
person, the most honest person that works in that club, his name is Scaroni. He is the only honest person that
the
works
only
in that
one who
club.
says the truth. The only one who
I
says
don't
the
even want to
truth.
talk about that guy because he worked all his life with the Rock Shield.
It
So
doesn't
stay
matter.
away from those people.
It doesn't
Don't we
matter.
go to those kind
He
of
is
stuff
the
because
only
I'm gonna
one
get so
that
mad.
has said the truth.
The Rock
club,
Shield family, the piece
as
of
long
shit, they
as
stole, they break the
That's not-
world apart. So
I don't want
those
to
guys
go
are
into
piece
that.
of shit. They can be Milan, whatever they want. But
As long as
Paolo
Milan,
Scaroni.
Don Paolo
Don-
Scaroni is the guy that said the truth. And
that's because
because
he's worked with those people.
he says the club is interested in just finishing top four and keeping the balance sheets positive and making sure that the financial aspect is good.
Okay, no, okay.
If we win, great. If we win, great. But that's the club is
Well, we won,
operating.
right? We won 2 years
Yeah,
ago.
but
Didn't we win?
it's not a priority. That's the problem.
We
It's
went
not
to
a
the
priority.
semi-final. You think it's easy to win the Champions League? Guess what? Paris Saint-Germain spent 500 million a year and they couldn't win. Now they gave up. They got Luis Enrique. They start to get younger players. They change completely mentality. Guess what? In my car a week ago, I took the guy in charge of Saudi Arabia soccer. He worked with the Saudi Arabia Soccer League. He was in a nice building in Philadelphia. Unbelievable. And I had to check with them. He says he's in charge. He told me that, in fact, I heard Saudi Arabia, you look at the money they pay now, they already went down. They're not going to pay the same money they paid the first year. Little by little, going to go down. So everything's going to change. So finance, everybody can. Nobody want to throw the money from the fucking window.
But you still no. The teams that win the
Exactly.
Champions
No,
League
no,
are
wait.
still-
Let
are
me
still
finish.
a big
That's
difference.
why you'll need to.
No, because
that's
I gotta
why
ask
you'll
you a
need to be
question.
This is a
patient.
cope. This is
Because
a
I think
cope now. This is a
I
cope.
think that's why they went for Fonseca, not only because he's good at developing youth, but bringing that youth into the first team and those types of
You think they
profiles
couldn't
are
play
what's
the
going to help
coach? You think they couldn't play
build up
6 minutes with the coach?
our chance of winning something. So I think at the end of the day, Roy, I would say that you'll say that they follow an algorithm, but any algorithm, or even you can just look around. The only two ways to make money in football is you're either a selling club or you're winning stuff.
Okay, let me tell you something. How much money Napoli spending? Hey, let me ask you a question. How much money is Napoli spending?
Football,
how much money Napoli spending?
The only way to make
you
money
talk about
in football
Conte like he's
is
God.
to keep
how much money Napoli
low,
spending?
To keep costs low and finish between 6 and 2. That is the only way to make money in football.
Let me ask you, how much money Napoli spending? They say Conte is so fucking good. Oh my God!
Yeah, but
he's able. He's gonna win the league because they don't play the cups. So he just gotta play
Catenaccio,
palla lunga, pedalare. He can win like that. So
I don't know.
Yeah,
guys.
if they don't sell Osimhen, they're fucked because they cannot buy other players. So that's the thing.
I mean, I don't know. For me, the writing is on the wall.
You guys happy?
These guys,
You love it,
these guys do not have the.
Are you happy if we sell them?
Who?
They're not even selling them. Maybe nobody wants them anyway.
Sell who?
Leao, Magnan, and Hernandez.
Hernandez, I think he could be sold this summer. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
The fact that they said that they'll wait till the end of the market to review
another guy that play off season.
Yeah, that smells fishy. I don't trust that.
He start playing January.
Real fishy.
That kind of money.
How the hell can you be a team with a winning mentality? And
you know what I think, Roy? I think they're waiting for Theo. I think they're waiting for Theo to come back and have a chat and see what the situation is. That's what I think.
Oh, guys, let me tell you, Hernandez, Magnan, and Leao, right? What the fuck they did last year? We scored 80 goals from the players that we bought. 80 goals from between assist and goals. The players from the market last year.
Yeah. Where did they take us? Where did this goal take us? Where did the goal take us?
all year round, especially on the big games. What they did on the big games.
Leao did his usual numbers. Leao did his usual numbers.
Which is
but all the goals
better than anybody else in the team. So I don't see why,
How many requests Leao had? Who want to buy Leao? Who wants to buy Leao? I don't need anybody.
But Guido, listen, all the goals from the new players last season, right? Yeah. What did we achieve with that? What good is that for us?
So what they gotta do? They don't have to score 80 goals between assist and
no, goals? I want them to show. I I want them to show up.
Listen. What they did last year?
I want them to show up in big games, against Frosinone as well.
I see Hernandez
where are you going with this?
Magnan shut up. He made so many mistakes last year.
Guido, what's your point? I don't understand your point.
I'm telling you, there is no. Okay, actually, my question wasn't even about this. My question to you guys is: okay, if you think the Red Bird, which I don't like, because I was so mad when they fired Maldini, but not Maldini.
Okay, just go to the point, Guido, man.
Maldini has a flag. He's a bandiera del Milan. Just for that. Okay, the question is. You guys don't know everything about football. You think you already know what is going to happen in the next 3 years.
I'm like that. 100%.
No, let me tell you. Yeah. Okay, we're supposed to buy. First, we didn't buy anybody yet, but they will link with the Fofana, Samardzic. Okay, who we would buy? But you got to answer to me. Don't tell me I'll land those people because they've not only because the money, because we have the money. Because they're not going to come to Milan. If they play Manchester City, Real Madrid right now, why they will come to Milan? So answer me. Instead of Fofana, those players, who you guys will buy?
I would buy
them. Because you know everything. The rest is to win the league.
In Italy, I would try and get Coupe Miners probably.
I told you how much it cost.
And vaffanculo. So then we stay. You
think the Coupe Miners is going to solve our problems?
No, but it's definitely going to bring good
60
quality.
million for Coupe Miners.
Coupe Miners, Guido, Coupe Miners is better midfielder than all we have combined.
Okay, I want to see a Milan because when you play Atalanta, I don't know. Even if you won Europa League,
should have been a player we should have.
When you go in Milan with the San Siro fans, 80,000, I want to see.
Xerxes was one of the best players in Italy last year. We should have gone.
Doesn't matter. First of all, I'd be scared to buy players from Atalanta because Gasperini is a fucking coach. When people that play with Atalanta, when they leave Atalanta, they shit.
I would get Scalvini or Calafiori, one of those two.
Scalvini is gonna be better than Gabbia. These people. What the fuck is Scalvini? Scalvini is nothing.
No, guys. Okay, Guido. This is why you are a fraud. I'm sorry.
Scalvini is better than the defender we have right now.
Scalvini is going to be one of the best defenders. Scalvini is going to be one of the best defenders ever. You're going to see. Scalvini, his class is insane. The class
Scalvini is better than what we have.
Scalvini is only 20 right now, by the way.
I don't give a shit. We have a player. We got rid of Simic. I want to kill those guys that sold games for 3 million.
So yeah, Scalvini, Coupe Miners, Xerxes, and honestly,
you buy those, you win the league.
Osimhen.
Yeah, there you go. That's another
200 million, 300 million. Talk about.
And now we can start talking about.
They don't even spend 40 million on a player.
Okay, you guys that love Conte so much, which I hate the way he plays. He plays shit. I will never want to Conte on my team, first of all. And I'm never gonna. He can win anything he wants. I don't like the way he plays. So, you think that you love Conte so much? Why they're selling Osimhen? Why they want to get Lukaku? Cost 25, 30 million. They want to sell
Osimhen wanted to go already last season.
Conte prefer Lukaku. Listen to me, because he said Kvaratskhelia cannot leave, Di Lorenzo cannot leave, but Osimhen, he didn't say any word, so he preferred Lukaku.
He has no choice. Osimhen wants to leave. They already decided that he was going to leave before Conte got assigned.
Even Di Lorenzo.
Osimhen wanted to go last season already anyway.
De Laurentiis told he was going. Even Di Lorenzo was going.
Yeah, but Osimhen is another case. Osimhen is one of the best in Europe, at his position.
Okay, besides, another thing, what about Osimhen get hurt? We got Morata. You think it's enough for Morata? I don't think Morata is enough. That's why. So if you buy Zirkzee, these teams that buy players 60, 80 million, they got another 5 players in the bench. So we cannot afford 500 million budget.
Yeah, we can afford. We can.
Guys, that's a problem. Thanks for having me on. You'll enjoy the rest of the live. I'll be on in
join us more because we need more counterpoints.
Sure, no problem.
Ciao, Ace. See ya. Right, I'm going as well. Ciao ragazzi, ci vediamo alla prossima. Ci sentiamo alla prossima.
Ciao, piacere.
Ciao.
What were we saying? I forgot what we were saying.
Osimhen, Conte, Di Lorenzo.
Oh, Osimhen was leaving anyway. he's leaving anyway. It's either PSG or Arsenal or Chelsea.
But Roy, listen, let me ask you something. I want to talk friendly. I don't want to fight. So you, okay, what statistics Osimhen has? I love as a player because he fights by himself in the front. He's physically unbelievable. But go look at the fucking stuff. He play only Napoli, so we don't know. I'm sure he's a good player. Don't get me wrong, but you would invest 100 million when you can buy Morata for 13, the other German guy for 30, whatever, 15, something like that, and maybe even another one you can buy. I actually like Abram because Abram the first year in Roma, he was. I don't want to say like Osimhen because there's no way.
Come on.
I would take him. You could have 3 players, okay? Because somebody get hurt. What the fuck you going? We have Okafor. Yeah, Okafor at number 9. I don't know.
It's another level.
Yeah, but if he get hurt, what are you going to do?
Whatever. Anybody can get hurt.
Why we don't have any other good players? So instead, Morata, he guarantee what he guarantee. The German guy, believe it or not, 31 years old. That's exactly when the player is good.
Are you saying
number 9?
Are you saying that you would rather have Morata and Fulkrug rather than Osimhen?
That's a good question. Maybe Osimhen and Jovic, I take a chance.
Yeah, obviously Osimhen. Obviously.
Yeah, but still gotta have some backup. Osimhen got hurt all year.
Morata was
2 years ago.
Morata is the backup. He was super cheap. 13 million clause.
They had the Simeone son. What's his name? They had the Raspadori. They had the Simeone. They had another 3 players that at least they can play.
Yeah. I mean, listen. I think you can get Morata and Osimhen there.
Yeah, but then, if they say the budget, that's already 100 million.
This is the issue.
Yeah, but then what are you going to do? What about the other players we need? Do you think Osimhen you're going to win because you got...
Why do we care as fans about the budget?
They don't spend much. They don't spend more than they make.
Okay, but why should I support that?
Until comes somebody. First of all, I hope one day they're going to have a salary cap. They should have a salary cap in the Champions League at least.
And remember this, Guido, it's not that they can't afford it, it's that they choose not to do it because they need to maintain a certain line.
But do you understand, Roy? But you guys think the Cardinal is the owner? It's an investment fund. Do you know the way it works?
Yeah.
They got an administration or whatever.
Why should I?
They got to show the results they do every fucking time.
Let me give this new guy here. Who is this? ZZ? What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I've listened to you for a long time. Just wanted to share. You can call me ZZ.
All right.
But I just want to say, listen, it's not about money. It's about management from top to bottom. And with Redbird, they have a lot to prove, man. Like, we don't need to spend a lot of money. I think we dodged a bullet with Xerxes, to be honest. If you really look at him, I think that there's a lot of problems. We can get back to that if you want to discuss it. But at the end of the day, we have a good team. The problem is that Pioli last year kept on making horrific decisions. His tactics were bad. He didn't know how to set up a defense anymore.
Bravo!
He was going man to man all the time instead of mixing up with man and zone. And so you don't need to buy players like Coop Miners. Yeah, they're good players. Osimhen, he'd be great, even though he gets injured all the time. But I think there's a bigger problem, which is the management. I think they want to win. I just don't think they know how, because they don't value people like Maldini. They don't value people like Masara. They don't value things. They have their idea of what they think is going to work, and they're continuously wrong. Like last year, it was like that was them being wrong. The way that they play Ruben Loftus-Cheek, the way that they play Chukwueze, the way that they play so many different types of players. I know I'm going like I just had so much to say.
Bravo, I agree everything you say.
But to me, if you look at like tactics, or just basic tactics, that's why nobody wants Pioli. Think about it, Pioli won a Scudetto, and no teams want him. No teams want him.
Well, that's first of all, that's okay. I do agree with some of the things you said, but I don't agree with the players thing because Berlusconi would have not been able to win what he won if he didn't get Van Basten, if he didn't get Donadoni, Gullit, Rijkaard,
Sure.
Pirlo, Shevchenko, Kaká, Golden Ball winners.
Hmm.
He didn't get average players and then hoped that a coach would turn them into beasts. He was getting the best players or the upper echelon players.
Okay.
That does make a difference in club football.
I'm not disagreeing with you there. What I'm saying is the difference is with Berlusconi, it wasn't just buying players, because remember, Inter with Moratti spent more money than Berlusconi and won a lot less than Berlusconi. So Berlusconi wasn't just about spending money. Berlusconi was also about thinking different. He hired Sacchi when no one would have hired him. He was the one who was bringing in psychologists before anybody thought of that. He's the one that increased the level of professionalism, science, all sorts of other elements that teams now all do that he did with himself. So I think that, yes, I'm not saying I would love to spend, buy, Camavinga and Rodri and, whoever else you can think of, right? I would love that, and that Mbappe would come here. But the thing is, there's a difference between what they're doing, like in terms of to catch up to Champions League teams, we have a long way to go, I think. But when
Well,
it comes, like the problem is with Serie A teams, we shouldn't be that far behind Inter, but we are because of how terrible Redbird has been. And I think that looking at De Ketelaere, for example, look at how different he plays when he's at Atalanta. Or look at Salamakers. Salamakers is a completely different player for Motta in Bologna. And every player that seems to leave gets great. Like Gabbia was nothing. Then he went for 6 months vacation. He comes back and he's a much better player. I think there's a bigger problem with the way that Redbird runs things. And yes, money is important, and they're not spending enough money. I agree with you, but I don't think that we need to be buying someone like Xerxes, who I don't think is that good. We don't need to be buying Xerxes or Coop Miners when we have good players. It's just when we continuously we didn't buy a defensive midfielder last year, and we're putting Yassine Adli, an attacking midfielder, as a defensive midfielder, and we're wondering what the problem is. I mean, those are
yeah.
bigger issues.
Okay, this is where I agree when you said Redbird does not know how to win, and Berlusconi knew how to win, and you pointed out things that he did. But I'm not saying spend money just for the sake of spending money.
I agree.
It's spend money on players that make a difference. Where I disagree with you is Xerxes. For me, what I saw last year, he was one of the best players in Serie A. Miners yeah, but he can do a lot of other things at a much higher level than.
But hold on.
Miners was one of the better players of the season.
Great player.
And for me, these things matter. They do matter. Berlusconi.
You don't need Coop Miners.
No. But going back to Berlusconi, because that's the model. Sure. What did he do? He brought in Nesta. He didn't bring in I don't know, the fourth guy or the fifth guy or the sixth guy or the guy from another country that cost.
I agree. But there's another thing.
He brought in Nesta. He brought in Rui Costa. He brought in Cafu. He brought in Jaap Stam.
Yeah. But here's the difference, though. But here's the thing. It's the lack of experience in the team will show. We'll see, right? So, but the thing is, Cafu for free, Kaká very cheap. But the thing is, what also made the team very strong was them being smarter than everybody. So it wasn't just spending money. That's what I'm saying. So the thing is, everyone hates on Galliani, but if you look at Galliani, the 2000s.
Can I say something?
Sorry, just one second.
That's easy to finish.
So the thing is that's it's players like Pancaro, Favali, right? There were smart purchases that they got, right? That were smart choices that helped the team continuously. So it wasn't just about it's Galliani was very smart in the way that he constructed the team, especially from that Kaká period. There's a lot of smart purchases, right?
Also, yeah.
So it's not just about, because again, Moratti spent more money and Juventus spent more money than Berlusconi during that time, and yet Berlusconi was it's not, yes, money's important, and I think the money is there. They don't want to spend it because they don't want to take risks. That's the problem. But you have to be smart too. And my fear is, and this is my last point. My fear is we're gonna have a good team, but it's not gonna be good enough. It's gonna be like Napoli, where they like, remember when they were good, but they didn't win anything. Like that's my fear, and I don't think Milan fans are like Napoli fans, where they're like, oh, okay, well we got second place, hooray! Like the problems are going to come, and they're going to hurt the team. And then worse, what happens if players like Leao, like Teo, they're like, okay, I don't want to be here anymore because we don't actually want to win. That's the scary thing, because I don't see them replacing anybody. I don't see any of the new signings being like, everyone talked about, oh, if Moncada, just let him cook, he'll get Enzo Fernandez. Where's the young random kid from Argentina that we're supposed to get every year? Where's the random kid on scout? Everyone that is being linked to us are people that everybody knows. That's sorry. I talk too much, man. My God. My bad.
No. Listen, as far as this stuff here, we're both on the same page. Yeah. As far as this stuff here, yeah, they don't have intelligence. They don't know how to do it, and they don't really have the ambition to do it. They don't. They're not operating on that wavelength.
I think they think they're smarter than they are. I think that's what it is. I think they think they're smarter than everybody, and that they can use their algorithm to beat everybody, but it's not working. Like Chukwueze, like imagine if Maldini bought Chukwueze, the amount of crap Maldini would be getting for the rest of his life. Chukwueze is 28 million. He gets paid 4 million a year without growth decree, and he can't use his right foot. He can't use his right foot. Like,
he's not the worst in our team. Nobody can use the right foot, the left people.
Yeah, but I mean, come on.
Listen, can I say something? I would say that Milan during Berlusconi was similar to Moratta with the Inter. Marotta, same thing. Because Galliani was Marotta is the best. We can criticize him, a Marotta League, whatever he does. He's involved, of course, with the FIGC, whatever Milan organization, soccer. Italy. So he got his hands all over. Galliani, but he never been accused of being a cheater or stuff. Galliani actually is very respected from everybody. And you say exactly right. And remember that if we wouldn't have Gattuso and Ambrosini in our team, we wouldn't win shit. Because you can have Kaká, Pirlo, but Ancelotti was playing with Gattuso and Ambrosini, two mediano, two defensive midfielders.
Okay.
Rui Costa, we had Rui Costa on a bench. Listen to me, Roy. He's exactly right. When Kaká and Shevchenko, we sold to Real Madrid and Chelsea for 60 million. I forgot how much we sold for. They finished. They were done. They were not old. They were under 30 years old. So they finished. So that means you got to build the team, the mentality. I agree with everything like that. Because not because you buy Cop Minor 60 million, he's going to be better. Loftus-Cheek, Reinders, those people. I don't believe that. He's a different player. Maybe can play together, but after you spend 60 million for Cop Minor, I don't think it's worth 60 million anyway. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Right,
but hold on. I want to talk about Gattuso. You said we had Gattuso. Gattuso was one of the best defensive midfielders on the planet.
Yeah, Gattuso was giving the ball to Pirlo because he didn't know what to do with the ball.
But that was
the best defensive midfielder, one of the best defensive midfielders of all time. Remember in the Champions League final in 2003?
You guys forgot Ambrosini too. What about Ambrosini?
Okay, Gattuso's better than Ambrosini. I think that's
Ambrosini was able to score, header, go to the area. Ambrosini was complete.
We're not getting players like Ambrosini right now. That's my point.
Okay, but I said Gattuso Ambrosini. I didn't say only Gattuso.
And those two players,
and Rui Costa was in a bench. So the coach got to know what to do with the players, like he said before. He said exactly everything right.
And to my point, we need the top Gs. And Gattuso was one of the biggest top Gs on the planet at the time. Anyway,
who are you gonna get? Kante?
No, but when we got Gattuso, he wasn't the biggest top G ever. He was
no. But
guy
Gattuso,
who was playing
hold on. Gattuso was coming up. Gattuso was coming up from the U21s as a starter, and he won the U21 tournament in 2000. So he was one of Italy's best at the time. One of youth at youth level, Gattuso was already known to be one of the best. He was a starter in all the categories.
Yeah, but Roy, Gattuso was a ball stealer and a fighter. That's it. He can't play.
He was world class.
Yeah, he was world class. Listen, like the guy said before, what's his name? He said everything right. You need to build a team. That's what he meant before. You
I agree with all of that. I agree with all of that.
Because you buy Aussie, man.
I agree with that.
Pioli was stuck. He put a center deep against Borussia. We didn't qualify We didn't pass the group on the Champions League. The same point with Paris Saint-Germain. They went to the semi-final of the freaking Champions League.
Hold on.
We were the same point of Paris Saint-Germain, and we tied 2 games, 39 shots. We couldn't score a goal. Newcastle and Borussia.
No, hold on. I gotta hear
39 shots.
Gattuso was not world class. What?
No. Who said that?
Red John. What the? Red John.
Okay,
he was not world class. No,
Gattuso was a world class.
I don't know how you can say Gattuso's not world class.
I don't know. I don't know how you can say he was.
The thing is, for Red John, world class means that you have to be able to do overhead kicks, scissors.
That's a ridiculous thing, man.
This is not. No, it's not ridiculous at all. So the thing is here, or the way I see it, Gattuso was really good and really, really good at what he was, or what his defined role was.
No.
Right?
He wasn't.
And that was the role of a destroyer, a guy who goes
he's
there.
Just the best in the world. He's just the best destroyer in the world, the best defensive midfielder in the world. So
he was world class at that. That's what he was world class at.
Don't say defensive midfielders, because defensive midfielders don't just catch the ball.
You're just arguing about definitions now. Really, it's. If you want to have, if you want to argue about definitions, let's define things instead of just arguing over world-class defensive
definitions.
Define them and then we can discuss.
Definitions is all we have when we have a conversation.
World class. He was world class at the things you said he did. He was world class at that. That's why he was in a team that made 3 Champions League finals. He could have won more. And he won a World Cup. And he won in a youth level. He won with the Italy national team.
Why did Italy replace him if he wasn't that good then?
No, he was really good. I'm just
arguing world class.
He was not world class.
At that, right? He was. At being a defensive midfielder, at being a destroyer, 100%.
This is what I argue. What I argue is that a defensive midfielder does not do necessarily the role that that Gattuso did, right? A defensive midfielder would be someone like Busquets, right? Who catches the ball, but then knows how to open play.
They're just two different style players. That's like saying Shevchenko is a different. Is not a. It's like you can different strikers do different jobs. So just because they're two, like you're just asking for Busquets, fine. Like then Pirlo's a defensive midfielder. Okay, by your definition,
he literally played as a defensive midfielder for us in the position, at least, right?
No,
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
But okay. Listen, getting in an argument about semantics is crazy.
It's really ridiculous.
Gattuso, at what he was good at, he was world class at.
He was. He was really good at. I wouldn't use.
World class. 2 Champions League.
I think
World Cup.
Minority's opinion. I think if you ask Juventus fans, Inter fans, Real Madrid fans, any fans of any team, they'll tell you Gattuso's world-class defensive.
But but listen, I don't validate my opinions on other people's opinions.
Well, then why are we all talking right now? Then what's the point of sharing opinions if you don't?
Hey guys,
care
ask the Glasgow Rangers.
The point is exactly that, sharing
the Glasgow Rangers fan.
Okay,
that does not validate mine or yours.
So, do you agree with Red John? Gattuso was just a good player, nothing else.
No, I never said just a good player. I said
Gattuso was the best on his position.
Oh, really?
Thank you, Guido. Bravo! Yay! Me and Guido agree on something.
We talk about team. We're not talking about tennis. We're not talking about one player. We talk about there is defensive mid, right back, center back. So what about the center back? They defend. They're not supposed to score goals. So if somebody, when Stam was playing, Baresi, Maldini, Costa Curta, they were top, best in the world. Ask Van Nistelrooy. Watch the interview Van Nistelrooy made. The difference was unpassable. He said there was no way he could score with that difference.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a controversial opinion.
So. Anyway, he was the best defensive. That's a defensive midfielder. Defense doesn't have to really score goals.
My argument is that if we if we want to think about Scudetto, Champions League, those are the kind of players we need to get. That's my argument.
It's also, but the other thing about Berlusconi's time, I think I just want to add is that it wasn't just about getting the best players. I think that family atmosphere was something that was really genuine. So there were a lot of times where players like people had like a bad year or Shevchenko had a bad year that people would have just gotten rid of them, but Berlusconi didn't. And I think that sort of team spirit
Great point.
was a huge aspect of what made Berlusconi be able to have multiple, great teams rather than just one. And I think that that's what Maldini brought to us that people underestimate. And I think Redbird underestimate. I think those are really, really important elements that we're missing.
100%.
But why are we again talking about Maldini now? It's been a year.
It's a comparison between the previous management and this one, and what this one is missing. It's a comparison. I mean, it's pretty simple. It's not that crazy. I mean, our current management is now putting together a team, and last year we saw them, and the team fell apart consistently because of bad coaching, mostly, in my opinion,
But
and also yeah.
But first of all, what this management is going to do is going to be seen this season, right? Where they have totally
How many years
changed.
do we? They took over.
What do you mean? How many years, man? It's the same
It's their
people.
third year.
It's the
their
same
third
people
year.
who are now complaining were the people who were defending the same
Defending
guys,
who?
but the same
No.
guys, but with a
This
different
is
name.
my first time ever talking on this.
Elliot,
So
but it's I'm not talking about you, man. I'm talking about other people that are
Sure.
here and in the chat, right? So it's the same people who were defending the fact that no, we just need to qualify for the Champions League for 5 years in a row.
That is
Only
such a
then,
come
only
on,
then.
dude.
I think
But
there's a
is
big
so
difference
for
between
real.
Elliot and Redbird, though.
And the best part is I was at the other side of the fence back then, right?
Yeah,
Arguing
but
the other side.
that was 4 years ago.
Whereas right now,
That is not post winning Scudetto. Post winning Scudetto, nobody made that argument here. Nobody
The
made that
Champions League
argument.
semifinal, I think, changes things. I think when you get to the semifinal of a Champions League, I think that changes the mentality of a club. And I think Milan fans, dude, all of us, dude, we were dying in the banter era, whatever you want to call it. Then we finally then we're just praying for top four. Then when top four becomes normal, and then you win a Scudetto, and then you go to let's be honest, the Champions League is where we deserve to be.
But we won the Scudetto in the second year, man, after getting in the Champions League. After that, what exactly was their goal? To win everything? Because it wouldn't be a realistic goal.
I don't understand. I'm not saying the idea should be to aim to win rather than to aim for top four.
Sure.
Those are two different.
But this is the point that I always make, and it's the point that was argued against all the time in the previous
No. Red John, this is the issue that let's say 1 year into Maldini's reign, 1 or 2 years. Red John was already demanding to win Scudetto, to win trophies. That was a little bit early. Reaching top four was great. But once you win the Scudetto, once you know that you can win it, once you know that you built the team to do it, now all you have to do is add on to that team and continue. Be consistent at that instead of falling back to let's just maintain the top four status. That's the difference.
I mean, I think the idea is Pioli should have been let go earlier. And I think that the fact that he changed so many things, and that, I mean, again, Charles de Ketelaere is a very important show, like an illustration of the difference. Look at the way that he plays at Atalanta, and then look at what Pioli asked him to do. Pioli asked him to be a 10. He can't be a 10. In fact, Gasperini said he can't play as a 10. He can't do it. So he puts him as this right winger type thing, right? And that weird 3-4-3 system that they use. It's a very different way of using him. And the fact that Gasperini can see it and Pioli can't shows you the problem. And I think that Redbird loved Pioli, and they probably wanted to keep Pioli as well on the same time, which is a problem. And I think Fonseca, what worries me today is I saw a lot of the same Pioli things, a little differences, but there's a lot. And again, it's the first preseason game. Things will change. But I think, there are people who say that this management doesn't believe in a good coach or a strong coach. That's why they didn't go after De Zerbi. So really what they want is somebody to just do what they think is best.
The Kessler topic, it's a little bit absurd for me because it's not like he didn't get chances for Milan. Right?
It's not about chances, it's about positioning. I think the difference between a right winger and a number 10 is very different.
And he got chances as a striker as well.
I don't like him, by the way. He only got one chance as a striker against Torino in the Coppa Italia, to be honest. And he actually was one of the few games that he played well in.
Neither
I
do
agree.
I. But the
I'm
problem
sorry,
here,
the
the way I
facts
see
don't.
it,
The facts disagree with what you're saying.
what
Yeah,
facts?
ZZ is completely correct
Facts,
about that. 100%. The,
facts,
the only
facts
game
are
he
this.
started as a
Facts,
striker was against Torino, and that was probably his best game.
facts are these, that you play at Atalanta without the pressure you play at Milan. You play at Atalanta without the expectations people have of you when you come to Milan for 40
He
million,
was in the
35.
Europa League final and he played.
It
I
does
mean, I
not
don't.
matter.
Oh,
But,
okay.
but it doesn't matter because he doesn't
But
have the
that
pressure
that
to
counts
win
up
at
to a certain
Atalanta.
point. I mean, there is a
Well, what about
reality.
Salamakers then? I mean, why can Salamakers look better when he's finally has an adequate coach in Motta and Bologna? And why does everybody who
How
gets coached like when
he
like our
he
coaching
looked
was a
better.
problem?
He looked better at Bologna. Are we even kidding right now? Like Salamakers did at Bologna good, not wow, not great, because in the
Uh-huh.
end they didn't want to buy him, right? They had the right to buy him if they wanted to. They chose to not pursue that
Well, that's because the
path,
coach
right?
changed, and now he's being quoted at he's going to the Premier League. That's what they say. So I mean,
Yeah,
it's not a
where?
question of Bologna not liking
What
him. It's they got a new coach.
what team
Yeah,
in the
and
Premier
he's
League?
also been linked to Juve, by the way.
Liverpool, Man
Leicester
United?
City. Who
Yeah,
cares?
exactly.
I mean, who cares?
That's my point. Yeah, that's my
That's your
point.
point.
So
No one's
Yeah,
no
but
one's
the
asking
argument the
Salamakers. No one's
argument was
asking
the
Salamakers to be
performance
the
of
no,
the
starter.
player.
They're talking.
no,
You're
exactly,
asking. No,
exactly.
no, no, no.
My
Exactly
point is
what?
that.
I don't understand
My
your
point
point.
is
You're
that.
saying just because a backup player is being pursued by lower teams. I mean, no
Yeah,
one's asking Salamakers to be our starter. It's the idea is look at what happens when our players go to other places with coaches who actually know what they're doing. They look a lot better. So when you're talking about pressure with Charles de Ketelaere, it's not about pressure. It's about look, Gasperini
no,
plays him in
it's
a
about
very
pressure.
different way than the way that Pioli did.
Yeah, sure, but Pioli cannot change the system of a team that is working because
It's
the
not about
captain is
system.
there.
Instead of putting
No,
him as a
it is a
10, you
system.
put him
It is about
as a right winger. I mean, those are two different. That's what he does at Atalanta. He
he
plays
doesn't play as a right winger at
in a
Atalanta.
3-4-3. He does.
Yeah,
It's a different
but
system.
most of the season, if not 90% of the season, they have played with two strikers, and that
No, it's
Cutler
a 3-4-3. It's
was
okay. It's
was
a 3-4-3. If you look at their most important games, you can go to whatever website you want to.
mhm.
It's a 3-4-3. And Charles. By the way, I hate Charles de Ketelaere. I've never liked him. Just to be
I don't
clear,
hate
I don't like
anyone.
him.
Yeah,
Okay, all right. Well, I hate plenty of people. So the thing is that Charles de Ketelaere was never a player that I loved. I didn't cry over him, but I'm just looking. I just use it as an example to show you the problems with this management. Why would you buy someone like CDK and then you give
yeah,
him to Pioli and then Pioli consistently misuses him and you're like and you wonder what the problem is. I mean,
yeah, exactly, and that's why that management is not there anymore,
no, it still
right?
is. It's the same guys making that decision.
No, but the guy who made the decision is not there anymore.
No, it's Moncada. Moncada was the one who scouted him, and he's the one who loved him, and he's the one that pushed to get him. Everyone puts it on
What?
Maldini. Everyone put. You can look at the
But
reports, man. Like Maldini.
Maldini is the guy who decides in the end, man.
Okay,
It's like saying, oh, but the consultant
the
consulted me on
consultant. What are you
this,
talking about? They always
and
talked about
then
how there was a group decision
and
and how
then
they do
and
things.
then
Uh
and
huh.
then the manager takes the decision to go
Okay,
ahead
so
with it.
Moncada's the
It's
guy
it,
who got us
it's
Chukwueze, who
it's
can't
the
do crap.
manager's responsibility after that. It's not the consultants anymore.
What are you talking about? The sporting director brings the ingredients, and the coach is the one that has to cook with them. Isn't that the analogy?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And the sporting director is the one responsible then.
And our
If a
sporting director
player,
right now has
if
wasted how much money
but then
last year on players like
on what
Musa, on
on what
Chukwueze? I mean, I
Musa?
like Musa, but like what's like Musa was played as a right wing back, a right back by Pioli. I mean, come
Yeah,
on now. A right
yeah,
winger, like he's not being developed at all. We started out the whole remember last year the whole thing was, "Oh, we have a 4-3-3, 4-3-3. We're going to do 4-3-3." After a few games he gets smacked around by Inter and no more 4-3-3. He gave up that
yeah.
quickly.
And
And
the
he built the
coach
entire
changed,
midfield, the entire midfield.
and
No,
the coach
no, that was
changed.
all of last year, man. The
Yeah, I
the
understand,
change
but the
from
coach changed after
yeah,
that.
and who made
And
those decisions? The
which
management.
one?
The
Yeah, but,
management.
yeah, of course, man. Of
Yes,
course,
the management is making
the
decisions on so the thing is we have the same people who are making the decisions to fire Maldini. They're all by the way, those were the same people who didn't give him a contract in time when they took over the team. And then what did they do? They waited and then we missed out on Botman, again a player I don't like. Like they constantly make decisions that hurt the club. That's the problem.
So I don't know. I don't know what your point is really. I think for my ultimate point is this, just to be very clear. I think that this management has fundamental problems in the way that they see football, in the way that they the way that they see how to build a team, and in their understanding and appreciation of people like Paolo Maldini and Masara, who know and have experience in how to build teams and how to make good squads and what it takes to win, and they've taken that out of our system. And we'll see what Ibrahimovic can do, but so far I'm not very impressed, to be honest.
Yep, that's exactly how I see it as well.
So
John,
I mean, sorry.
what about you? How do you, because you were very optimistic about it, so I know you kind of changed your mind. So how do you see the situation?
It's not. It's not about being optimistic. It's about not. I don't know. Trying to be the the fortune teller here and be like pessimistic from the beginning. The way I see it is this. I don't think we are building a team like the teams that Berlusconi used to build, right? I think we weren't doing that with Maldini either, by the way, in case you hadn't noticed, right? But the thing is, I have no reason right now to be here optimistic because we drew against Vienna, like on a team that isn't even fully like you don't have your best players in that team. You're playing players who've never played together before, Primavera players. You don't do a great match, sure, it's acceptable, and actually it has happened 10,000 times. Our first, I think last season we drew or lost against a Serie C team or something like that.
So I mean, we beat Bayern Munich years ago. Remember when we beat Bayern Munich and then we had that terrible season?
Yeah,
I mean, it means nothing.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. We beat Bayern Munich, and then after 7 match days, the coach was sacked because we were 15th. Right. So these matches don't actually mean anything, neither for good nor for.
I don't know. I think
predicting this disaster.
I don't think it's as bad as
Gianpaolo.
Gianpaolo, I think, was a lot worse. That preseason was one of the worst. Like the players had no idea what he wanted them to do. Like he was putting Suso at 10, and like it was just. Sorry, I didn't mean to keep going.
No, but Gianpaolo had no idea what he was doing at all.
He had nothing. I don't think it was that bad.
All preparation with one formation. We lost the game against Udinese. He changed the formation the next day, so he was confused as well.
Listen, I can listen for one. I know it's only one game, but this one game gave me enough information about Fonseca to not be so optimistic, honestly. And I know it sounds ridiculous. I get it. And I don't know, but I don't think much is going to change from next year. I think it's going to be more or less the same stuff. Nothing.
I think the big thing for me is that last year, and actually the year after we won the Scudetto, Pioli moved from like a real 4-2-3-1 to what was basically a 4-2-4. And I think that created so much imbalance, and that was the problem the last 2 years. And with Fonseca, I think my big question is with his 10. Because if you look at Lille, at 10, he used this guy named Angel Gomez, who was much more of a midfielder. Remember when we play against Napoli and we beat them? And like all those games, or when like some of our best games is when we played Tonali, Kessie, and I hate saying Ben Nasser. When we played all three of them together, and they all just kind of rotated through, like who would be 10, who would be a DM, who would be like that kind of. If we need to have like a much stronger presence. Yeah, but we had a much stronger presence in front of that double pivot. And my fear is Ruben Loftus-Cheek's best game everyone talks about is against PSG. And that's the one game where Ruben Loftus-Cheek, he didn't score, he didn't assist, but he played as a midfielder. And I think that if we're going to play like Loftus-Cheek as a 10 who thinks that he's a striker, then we're going to have a terrible season. He's going to score goals against crappy teams, but he's just not going to show up. But like, that's the thing. Are we going to have like a real balanced team, or we're going to just be top heavy? Like, that's
this is my guess, because according to the masterclass that Fonseca put on YouTube, the number 10 is essentially a midfielder that does incursions in the box. According to so it really is what
Right, but it's like, does he actually do that this time? That's my fear, because from what I saw,
maybe,
Liberali was
I think he will.
playing. Liberali was playing more as like a second striker, like like an old school, more of an old school 10, rather than what I think Fonseca says, because I prefer that system. Because if you ask me, you put Adli in front of a real defensive midfielder in Reinders, the kid can pass. Let him orchestrate, because Adli does very similar stuff to what Çalhanoğlu does. And everyone talks about we miss Çalhanoğlu, which I mean, I don't like him, but I mean, I don't see why not try that. You need to have somebody, because Ruben cannot pass. How many attacks did we lose last year because Ruben can't pass? He just can't,
Well, listen, if you're going to do that, sorry, let me say this and then let's go to Red John. Let me just say this and we'll go to you. Sorry, my man. I think if, based on Ali, the player, if we want to put him as a number 10, you have to have a very solid double pivot that protects the area. And I don't think we have that. Sorry, Red John, go ahead.
No, what I was going to say is I think we are going to get Samardžić, right? And if we do get him, he's going to be the one who's going to play a little bit more advanced. I don't know if we're going to play in a 4-2-3-1.
In theory, yes.
And he's going to be the
can't pass
or not, but he's going to be the one who then goes a little bit more forward and plays that.
Maybe, but he can't pass. That's the same
Liberali
problem.
is a number 10. Liberali is a creative midfielder. We saw Liberali in the U17 how he plays. He's not the same kind of player. I agree. I like a player like Liberali on the pitch, but you need to protect the midfield. So who are you protecting the midfield with at the end of the day?
I think Liberali needs to be more like.
I'm
sorry, keep going.
With Fofana and with Loftus-Cheek or Danny Reinders, one of the two. They are going to play in the DM positions. If we
but Liberali is not going to play.
Liberali is too small. I think he needs time, just like Foden took time. Like, they need to take time. Like, he's a kid. I think to play him through the center, he's too weak. He needs to mature. He needs time.
I mean, listen, from what I saw today, I thought he did good. He
did good, but he kept on going to the wing. Like, he's a kid. Like, I think that you need, like, Foden took time before they took him from, like Pep and City made him play on the wing for the longest time before putting him in the center.
Yeah. Listen, I don't think Liberali is going to be playing as a starter this year.
Yeah,
I don't.
He's a futuro. He's a futuro kid.
Sure. Yeah, but from what I saw today, I saw him fight for the ball. I saw him push people off the ball. I saw him win the ball in the midfield. Those things there show me that, in theory, he could already play with the adults. Obviously, he has to develop. He has to get better, and he needs time to experience. But regardless, he's not going to be playing. So the number 10, it's not going to be Liberali. It's going to be probably Samardžić if he comes.
Exactly.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And then what happens to Ruben then? I mean, those two are going to be fighting for that position?
Probably.
And I mean, I think we need. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think Ruben is a 4-3-3 player.
Yeah, he's a mezzala. He's not a cam. Even though Pioli played him in that role a lot of games last season, and he did score some goals. But Ruben is supposed to be a mezzala. So if we do play with the 4-3-3, which people are assuming that Fonseca is going to go with, then he has a place there. He just places. So you're going to have Fofana in the middle, right, doing the defensive midfielder, and then either Tiani or Loftus-Cheek and Samardžić on the other side.
Wait. Who said he's going to play a 4-3-3?
This is what has been rumored, because this is what I don't know. This is what has been rumored.
I think he tried in some of the training. Some of the training he used 4-3-3. Like I think he but I think he'll use his 4-2-3-1. He's been using it his whole career. I don't think
he has never changed once, so I don't see the only time he's changed
3 at the back at Roma.
Yeah, but the only time he changes is because he was getting scored a shitload of goals.
Flexibility is important. I mean, he shouldn't. No one should be tied to one way of playing. And I mean, if you like, that's when Pioli was at his best. If you think about it, when he wasn't tied to one way of playing.
The anti-Conte.
Yeah, Conte. That's the problem with Conte, though. Conte has one style, and if it doesn't work, he's done. That's why he's never done anything in Europe.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with that. Conte, I saw him play with different formations, different.
What do you guys think is going to happen to Terracciano? That's a player who I just don't know why they bought him, what he does, why he's there. Like, he was terrible today, and he looked worse than Jimenez. He looked worse than everybody, considering the fact that he's supposed to be like a first-team player.
I don't know. Him and both that left wing was invisible today in the first half.
They really were.
Chaka Touré and Terracciano. I don't know. Listen, I saw Terracciano. Terracciano has interesting qualities. If you can get them to the level of Milan, I think he can do good things, but he's far from it right now.
Yeah, I think he should be sent. Like, I don't know why he's still there, to be honest.
Yeah, we should be going back to my original point. We should be getting top Gs. We should be getting the best players. There's no excuse anymore. That we've solved all the issues.
Is Samardzic one of those players in your mind? Is he a top player?
As a bench player, I see him more. If I was to build a Champions League team, Samardzic would be like maybe my second or even third choice.
Mm-hmm. I think we just a defensive midfielder
we should get
in Italy. Available right now, Coop Miners.
Anywhere.
Well, in Italy, Coop Miners.
Coop Miners is. I mean, I don't know, man. 60 million is a lot for Coop Miners, in my opinion.
Is that how much it costs?
I mean, that's what the Juventus is being quoted. I think.
Listen, guys, I don't care about the price. It's not my money. I mean,
I just want more players like Teo, players that are well scouted, that they know that like I don't see that. Like, I feel like what they're buying now is more like scraps.
Listening to this version of Roy reminds me of Red John. It's crazy.
Teo, he was great. He cost money though, but Teo, you want Teo now or do you want Teo of 5 years ago?
Even Teo of 5. I'm talking about. I think that there's a difference between going after players like Teo Hernandez and Leao and Mike, those sort of players, and looking at what they're getting now, which is like, I feel like all they're doing is just looking for an opportunity rather than pursuing like undervalued assets. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, Teo Hernandez was an undervalued asset, but like Pulisic, who worked out, right, was like an opportunity. But Chukwueze was also an opportunity last year of his contract. But those are the two differences. Like, Pulisic worked out.
Calafiori was that kind of player, probably.
But they didn't go after it. That's the problem.
Last year, I think Calafiori. Then there was Enzo Fernandez a year before that. Those kind of players.
But Moncada, where is the great scout? Like, Moncada's supposed to be the
great
that's
scout. Bullshit, dude.
Where's the great scouting? That's what
everyone knows. Bullshit.
Isn't that what they tell everybody?
The reason why he won this
Maldini got fired was because they didn't let Moncada get his choices. That's what they put in the press. So now I'm trying to say, where are they? Where are these amazing Enzo Fernandez's and Julian Alvarez and all these other players that we missed out on because evil, quote unquote, Maldini? Like, where's the super? Like, what they get? They get Pellegrini, who sucks.
But,
yeah, I agree, man.
I'm not.
And the year, listen,
I'm not understanding one thing.
All right, go ahead.
So what I don't understand is this: if the Mercato this year is the following players: Morata, Füllkrug, Fofana, Summerstitch, and Pavlovic, are you not satisfied with this Mercato?
There's a lot of those players I don't like personally.
First of all, I don't think that's going to happen. But second of all, I think that it's I mean, you're losing Kjaer, so you're bringing Pavlovic for Kjaer, right? Is there a big difference there? Who knows? Maybe yes, maybe in the future. Sure. Fofana, you're probably losing Benacer for Fofana.
Not the Kjaer of last season, right?
Not the careless team. There's probably
I'm okay
as far as the defense, I thought we should have gone much more ambitious than Pavlovic, but whatever. That's just me. So Pavlovic to me is another player that is a bet, But okay. Anyway, Fofana, who are they replacing Fofana with? Benacer? Is Benacer leaving?
I think they want to. I think they want to replace Benacer with Rabiot. I think that's who they're. I think that's their mindset.
Rabiot is not coming to Milan. He said no to Juventus for 7.5 million net.
But what they're offering is longer. Yeah, because they were offering 2 years. What they're offering, I think, is like a 4+1 at 5.5. So that's
which
might
would
work.
Exclude the opportunity of getting Summerstitch, which I don't find that smart for us.
I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're going to be able to pull all of these signings, to be honest with you. But
I think Benacer is the key to unlocking.
Even if they do, I don't think that makes much of a difference. I think it's more or less the same. It's not like the level of these players that are coming in are so much better that they raise the level. Like if you want to raise the level, you have to bring players that raise the level. If you bring players that are the same, things stay the same.
I think they need to get a better coach.
I agree with you. Like we should get Haaland and Mbappe.
Yes.
I'm with you.
No, but
there.
that's not. But do you know what? If you have, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
If you're going to try and find undervalued players, you need to have a coach who knows how to maximize them. And I think that's where a coach like De Zerbi or Motta, right, did a great job at Bologna, right? And De Zerbi did a great job at Brighton. So it's like, but you didn't do that. You brought Fonseca, who just is a good coach. He's not a bad coach. He's not a great coach. He's just a good coach. He's fine. Like
those guys are bets as well, same as
but when you
Fonseca.
But Fonseca's
and the thing is that I don't even like Fonseca.
Neither do I.
I don't even like Fonseca. So the thing is that saying we should have gotten De Zerbi or we should have gotten Motta is saying don't make this bet but make this other bet. At the end of the day, it's bets.
What I was
Same
trying to
thing
say
with
was
Pioli.
Fonseca ultimately is
when
the
Pioli
bigger.
Came, when Pioli came, he was a bet, right? It turned out to be a good one.
Well, he was just a stopgap that turned into a good.
Yeah.
I don't think he just.
And I agree.
He worked out.
Pioli was lucky that Maldini was there.
Yeah, he was, because I think Maldini did most of his job for him. To be honest.
I don't think
the team building that was all Maldini. The team building was all Maldini.
For sure.
But anyway, Pioli did a good job. Yeah, it was a bet that worked. Sure. Yeah. Gianpaolo was a bad bet. Yeah.
Exactly. So Gianpaolo before Pioli, by the same people, was a bet that didn't work. This is the point with bet. We are not getting Klopp and Guardiola, right? We are getting these guys. So at the end of the day, saying this bet or that bet, I think it's early to talk on. Maybe on the second day of the league, where we lose the second match in a row, I'm going to be here ranting myself and saying that he is the shittiest coach ever. That being said, that's not the moment right now, right? Right now, it's the moment for you to wait and see what happens. Certainly, the match today does not indicate anything.
Totally.
Nor do I expect the players to be full on impacted and following the strategy that Fonseca had or has. So from this perspective, I feel that there is no conclusion that can be drawn after today's match, and there is no reason at the moment right now. Like I've seen Lille fans, for example, super unhappy that Fonseca left because he did a great job there, yada yada. Of course, it's a different thing to be coaching Lille, and it's a different thing to be coaching Milan. The expectation and the pressure is very different. But I will give him the benefit of the doubt, same as I did with Pioli, even though I was not happy that Pioli came to Milan. I wanted Luciano to come, not Pioli. No, I mean Pioli, when Pioli came the first time.
Oh, when Pioli came.
Yeah. And by the way, same thing goes for Fonseca. I didn't want Fonseca. I wanted Conte. I wanted someone who has won something.
Sarri,
I wanted someone who, not so much Sarri though. I don't know, like the Sarri that we saw at Lazio, and it just so happened it was also the a couple of seasons in which Lazio spent more than they ever did in their
for me,
previous
what was
history with.
actually for me what was important, which ties to what you were saying, Zizi, earlier, that this management does not know how to win. That's what one of the things that would have counteracted that situation is bringing, in my opinion, a coach like Conte that does know how to win, and is like, fuck these guys, I'm gonna do it my way.
But that's what Maldini brought,
Exactly.
I think.
And
I
I
think
agree.
That's
Maldini
what
brought
Maldini brought.
Maldini.
That is
I mean,
exactly what
Maldini was the
Maldini
one
brought.
who was. Listen, I think Pioli, his first 2 years, I think they were very good. I didn't like Pioli, but then I was like, he convinced me. After he won the Scudetto, he became very arrogant and started doing
Yep.
things that he didn't normally do. But I think Maldini was the one who was doing um, a lot of the man management and a
Yep.
lot of the things to keep those players in mind. And also, to be fair, Kier, Ibrahimovic, they were big parts of that.
Yep.
But we don't have those players anymore. And now, but I think Fonseca's a better coach than Pioli. But does he have is he creative enough to be able to, like, look at Xabi Alonso? Like, Xabi Alonso took a team that was terrible, and yes, he had the space to be able to do that. That's something that no coach will get at Milan. Like, no matter what people think about our team, we're still one of the biggest clubs in the world, and everyone cares. And everyone focuses on this team. Not like Bayer Leverkusen, with all due respect. Like, it's not the same. But there needs to be people who are at the club who can make those bets, because everything is a bet. Even when you're Real Madrid, Mbappe is a bet. Like when you remember, how many players did Berlusconi buy that were supposed to be amazing that didn't become amazing? Whether it's like Redondo or Comondini, or there were just so many players or Rivaldo. I remember Rivaldo was supposed to be the best and he was trash. So it's a question
No, of
of,
course, but
do you have people who can make those educated bets? That's my worry. I don't think we have those people in place.
but I feel like what Roy is asking to get top players, it's not about the fact whether or not it's a bet, because every player it's a bet. Kaká went to Madrid, he didn't do well. Shevchenko was Ballon d'Or winner when he went to Chelsea, he didn't do well. Everything is a bet. I think it's more so a matter of what are the odds
Yeah.
for
And
that bet.
can you understand those odds?
Yeah. So
And I don't think we have
yeah,
those people.
but
Yep.
this is the
We
thing.
don't.
The thing is that I don't think we can yet come to that conclusion, right? We can come to that
I
conclusion
already
after this season, the upcoming season, right? At the end of the season, you are here and you can draw
We'll see what
conclusions because
Fonseca
now you have a
is.
team
We'll see what he is.
built by
Mm.
no, but Fonseca and Ibrahimovic and everyone part in the management, right? Like you have to
Yeah.
go and judge everything as a whole.
But we're going to see. I mean, I think, to me,
Hey,
I
haven't you
think,
guys already saw it this year?
what, with Fonseca?
No,
But
not with
not really.
Fonseca, but with the management and how
Yeah, we
things are
definitely
run.
have, and I don't think we've seen great things. I don't think everyone talks about last year's transfer window being awesome. I don't think it was that great. I mean, if we really look at it, right, there were moments, right? But Pulisic, success. Ruben, he's okay. Reinders, great success. But Musa, misused. Chukwueze, horrific failure, right? I mean, Okafor, pretty good, but like, this is who we sold Tonali for. I mean, the reason why everyone's okay with selling Tonali was because the betting thing. But I
Right.
mean, I don't think we used the Tonali money that amazing.
No,
If
we
you think
didn't.
about it,
Not at all. Not at all.
it really wasn't
It was
that
terrible.
amazing. It wasn't.
But I mean, listen. The thing is this. What I'm saying is, nothing is going to change. Like, this is how they operate. That's what I'm
I
not
just hope that
expecting
I
it
hope
to
they
change.
accidentally win. I just want, like, I don't like
Oh yeah,
when
sure.
when
That
when
can
when
definitely.
when Cardinale said that he wants to be Berlusconi 2.0. Like, come on, man. You can't say that right before the derby and then get destroyed. It was terrible.
Yeah, yeah. As long as they're using this method of operating, the only way they can win is a fluke season. Maybe they have a really great season one time and then they go back, but they're not going to be able to maintain a winning team with this methodology. There's no chance at all.
I think if they do, it'll be despite them, not because of them. Like that's what I think. I think they'll stumble upon some great players. Like Reinders is a
That's
great
possible.
player,
That's
and I
possible.
think that if they just, if I think it might be honestly the fans that keep players here, because I mean Van Bommel was here for like 10 seconds and he's crying when he's leaving. There's something special about this club,
Yeah.
and I think
And
that if
yeah, go ahead.
no, I think
I'm
there's
telling
something
you something.
special about this club, and if like that's why Teo Hernandez wants to stay, why Leao wants to stay. Like, there's something, and I think it. The fact that we don't have one of our most powerful elements, which is Paolo freaking Maldini, to be able to convince players to come play for us, and it's not going to work every time, but we have one
And
of the
to
most,
stay.
yeah,
And
to
to stay.
stay. It's terrible. And you know what it is? It's
Yeah,
about
it's
ego.
awful.
Because Jerry Cardinale is not the main character. Once he fired Maldini, then we saw his picture everywhere. We seeing him in the stadium. AC Milan's official Twitter page, has his picture everywhere. That's not what Elliot did. Elliot didn't put their
Right.
faces everywhere. They
Yeah.
didn't want to be the stars. He wants to be the star,
Right.
and that's the problem.
Yes. Yeah. No, listen, all of these things are things that I definitely agree with. For me, the Maldini thing was like an own goal. Like the first
Totally.
official action you do is a massive own goal. You've separated the fans. You've made yourself into a villain. You've lost credibility. Like the total incompetence. It's just amazing how incompetent that whole action was.
It's just we have to pray that Fonseca actually knows what he's doing. I mean, that's really what it is. Did he
Yeah.
grow at Lille? Did he learn?
I don't know. I don't think
That's
so.
the big question.
So you're talking about players that want to stay. I don't know if Theo wants to stay.
Really? I think he does.
Well,
I think he does. I don't think it's because of Redbird, and I don't think it's because of Mancada or Forlani. I think it's because of his wife's Italian. He loves the
but
city.
listen. Let's look at it this way, okay? You got Theo Hernandez that is I think he's 26 going into 27.
Yeah.
So his next contract is going to be his best contract. It's going to be the most important contract. The next 5 or 6 years are going to be his best years as a football player.
Yeah.
My question is he going to give those years to Moneyball, algorithm ball, or is he going to give those years to a club that wants to win and be glorious?
I think it's this year that determines whether he stays or not. I think if we have a good season, if Fonseca is a good coach, right? And
Well,
I think like these are the things. I think this is the deciding year. I don't
yeah,
think
but
Teo Hernandez gets.
hold
Sorry,
on.
go ahead.
Sorry. But he has to renew either this summer or he gets sold this summer.
Well, that's 2 years. I mean, I think he's going to stay. Personally, I think he's going to stay. I think he's going
I
to
hope he
stay.
stays. I think that would be great if he stays.
I think if he gets sold, I think the meltdown. I think fans would really get, because he's basically our captain. Like, let's be honest. And everyone
Right.
treats him like he's Maldini's other son. Like he's the best left back in the world. I mean, there's it's.
But
it
let
would
me
be
ask you
terrible.
something. And
Yeah.
this is just a hypothesis.
Sure.
If Real Madrid comes in and asks Theo Hernandez for his services, I don't see him saying no to that.
I think he likes the idea of stay. I think he got sold on Milan based on be great here, and now we've lost Maldini. The question is, do they pay him? Do they pay him what he deserves? If they do, I think
obviously these other teams will pay him more. There's no doubt about that.
But I think he's still on growth decree. Growth decree only works for players who had it before they canceled it, and he's one of the few. So for us, we can pay him.
Yeah,
and
I saw around 6.5 million, but they can pay him more.
They can pay him more. I think they will. I think they will. I think they'll keep him. I think because
no. The other teams will pay him more. Bayern, Real Madrid would pay him more.
I don't think he goes to Bayern because his brother had a terrible experience there, and I think with Real, I don't know. I don't think Real has the spending power to. I think Milan
We'll
is
see.
going.
I
We'll
don't know,
see.
man.
Listen,
I don't know.
I
The
think this
fact
year. I think
that
this is the deciding year. I think this is the deciding year for Teo. Even if he renews, let's say he renews when he comes back, and we're all celebrating. For me, if this year is terrible, I think he goes. I think what keeps. I think the players, like the way that they talked last year, I think they genuinely thought that they could win, and the fact that it imploded was
but
was
there's a
not what they
problem there,
expected.
though. There's a problem there. If he renews this year,
Hmm
it's going to be very difficult for him to leave the next year because it's going to take a massive offer.
I think
So
it would take a massive offer now.
yes, but even more so next year in the
Sure,
second
but
second year of his
he
contract.
could players can force moves. I mean,
He can do that.
yeah, and that would be very terrible. But I think that I think the players are waiting to see what Fonseca does. If we have another year of Pioli-esque garbage, I think we're going to lose a lot of players. I think we lose a lot of players if they don't see something. I think Fonseca has like a very tough job. He has to make Leao believe in him, Teo to believe in him. And I mean, like for instance, they fired that goalkeeper coach who clearly ruined Mike, right?
Bobby Robin.
Yeah, it was that English guy that they had. I think it's Tony Roberts.
Oh, they
And
had an English guy?
yeah, they had an English guy as the goalkeeper coach last year, and Mike had his worst career year with us with this new coach that they hired. Like it's I think that they want to keep these guys because I know.
Listen, I hope they keep these guys. I'm just looking at the numbers. I'm looking at the dots. It's
Mhm.
not connecting for me right now. It's not connecting for me. I think that it is very possible that Theo might get sold this season.
I think if Jimenez, let's say Jimenez shows them enough, I think that's what they're waiting for. I think they're waiting to see how does Jimenez do, and if Jimenez,
Who?
you know,
Who is
is
waiting?
pardon?
Who is waiting for that?
I think the management, I think Redbird, they're like, okay, if Jimenez looks good enough where that can be our new Teo, they'll sell Teo to Real, and then
Oh,
Real won't
sure,
use their buyback option on Jimenez. I think that's
sure,
the
yeah.
little gentleman's agreement.
That
That's
could
what
be
I think.
there. That could be a
And
thing
I and
there.
I yeah, and I think that but I think that what's going to the key is this year, and I think there's a lot of pressure on Fonseca, how they do, and you know, I hope it works. That's the thing. Like I am not a pro Redbird person. I don't understand people who are, to be honest. I don't know what they've done to give anybody hope other than fire Maldini, who some people I guess hate because they don't like themselves or whatever. But I think Maldini has been our best sporting director since
Yeah.
Galliani,
He's
and I
been the
think.
best asset we've ever had
And the funny thing
after
is that
the restart.
all the other Italian executives, they all talk about it being a mistake. Even Materazzi,
Of
freaking
course.
Materazzi said, "We're not going to make the mistake that that Milan did." I mean, for God's sakes, like everybody thinks,
Every
but the people who all they do is talk about CDK and Maldini. Okay, Maldini's the first sporting director to ever make a mistake with a player.
right.
I think it's ridiculous, and I think
Yeah.
that was their stupid justification, and now they talked a lot of trash, and we got and they're cheerleading that we got second place, and we were in the Europa League last year, which is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
100%. And yeah, Maldini was such a great asset. And listen, the whole football world saw that. The whole
Totally.
football world was in shock. Okay? Everybody saw that and was like, "What the fuck did
No
these
one
guys
understood
just
it.
do?"
No one understood it. He is like and remember when we were in the Champions League semifinal and Henri and Richards and all them, everyone wants to talk to Maldini and he has this aura
Yeah,
about him.
yeah,
And you just lost one of the most important aspects of your club. I mean, even
exactly.
for marketing, even for nostalgia, like it's just even to convince players to come over. Like it's
And his
crazy.
work, and his work. His work
His
was
work was
incredible.
amazing. I mean,
Incredible.
his work was amazing. I mean, like think about Leonardo. Leonardo bought players like Piontek. He misused Paqueta. right? Paketa, however you want to say it, right? Like he kept on messing up, like spending a lot of money on Samu, like Castillejo, like fine, like great guy, wasn't a great player, but great guy, sure. But I mean, like, and then he was the one who brought in Higuain. Like the difference between what Leonardo did and then when Maldini took over, he was so much more focused, so much better than what Leonardo
Yeah,
did. And
they
then
have.
seeing now, I don't see everyone talked about Moncada being this genius. I'm waiting. His big Pellegrino got sent back to Argentina that fast. He couldn't even his first appearance was a disaster. Like,
Yeah,
and this is
against
supposed to
Malcolm.
be Moncada, that's supposed to be like the greatest scout, and maybe he is, but I haven't
Listen,
seen it.
listen. The lore is that he discovered Mbappe. That day when he saw Mbappe, there were probably 500 eyes that saw Mbappe. They all thought the same thing. Okay,
Yeah,
like understand seeing that Mbappe is a great player is not difficult.
but
Anybody can see that.
But how often do we hear about Enzo Fernandez being the greatest miss ever, and that Moncada wanted Enzo and Maldini didn't? Like, okay,
Well,
now he's in control. Where's the new Enzo? Where's
Well,
the new
this
Enzo?
stuff here is interesting because I did see on a show, an Italian football show, of these journalists and their agents, and they talk, and they were talking about people that Redbird hires in Italy to do their publishing, so like media,
Yeah.
and maybe they get these narratives pushed out there in order to shape public opinion,
hmm
and then the people just use them and they yeah, and they use them as narratives.
I think that if Redbird's goal is we're just gonna get top four until we build the stadium, I don't think that's gonna work. Milan fans are not Tottenham fans. They're not Borussia Dortmund fans. They are not. I think, they're not going to accept, this just top four because again, there's no Manchester City in Italy. There's no PSG in Italy. There's no Bayern Munich in Italy. Like there's nobody who has so much more money than us. Like if there was a Manchester
Juventus.
City in Italy, Juventus is not it's not Manchester City. I mean, if we're talking about if we had a city in Serie A, I think people would be like, "Hey, what can you do? What can you do?" But that's not the case. That like Inter is a team that has been run horribly financially, and yet they still win because they make the right footballing decisions. Marotta made terrible financial decisions. Like I think Fratesi is trash, and he's spending a lot of money on him. But when he got rid of Conte, he brought in a coach in Inzaghi who played a very similar structure. It allowed there to be continuity. He got players that worked. I mean, there's a difference there, and we don't have that anymore. Like what does and now we're going to put all our trust in Ibrahimovic, who's never had a job in this before, and like it's just a question of, do they know enough? And I think that they think they're smarter than they actually are. That's what it is.
Red John, what's up, man? You're back.
I'm back. What are you guys talking
Anyway,
about?
just the same old stuff. But anyways, I'm sorry I talked so much, guys. It was
No,
really
no,
nice
no.
to be on here.
Good.
I gotta head
I
out.
agree. Listen, I agree. Actually, agreed with 98% of what you said. So
Dude,
we're
I've
we're
listened
on the same
before.
Except
page.
when you said Terracciano is not good,
I think
or you're
okay.
good.
I was
No.
waiting for
Given
the
that he's
Gattuso.
Italian, I would
Hey,
guess Roy.
the only good Italians are the ones that are coming through our Primavera, to be honest. Like those I have high hopes on those kids. I hope that they all become amazing. But I don't when I look at Italian, like Scalvini, amazing player, but he just destroyed his ACL. That's a player I would love to take a gamble on, but not now.
That's a fucking top
It's
level G,
it's
man. Oh
yeah,
my
he
god.
is an amazing player, but again, he just tore his ACL. So what are you gonna do? But I think that you know there aren't that many Italian players that aren't in our Primavera that I'm just like, oh, we should go after them. Like there just isn't. Scalvini was one of them, but he got destroyed, and that's really sad. Calafiori would have been nice, You know, I think
Did he go to Arsenal, by the way? Did they buy him?
No, it's not yet. It hasn't been. I don't know. Something is stopping that. I think I have a feeling that operation is going to get hijacked by someone.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think that it shows the 50 million euros isn't that much for Arsenal. You know,
peanuts.
It's peanuts for them. But at the same time, I think that the market is getting softer and softer with every year. I think that's what's happening. I think the prices aren't being as ridiculous as they used to. Like we're seeing less and less of people spending, 80, 90, 100. Like Osimhen is one of the best strikers in the world, but nobody is like PSG is trying to negotiate down. But I think also maybe Osimhen has two problems. One, he gets injured a lot. Sometimes it's not his fault. He throws himself into challenges. Like when he smashed his face, like you have to respect him.
Yeah.
But I think also
Fearless.
He's fearless. Like if we had the money,
he's a top guy.
great.
That's what we should be getting. Yeah.
But you can't. I mean, 130 million is a lot.
It's not my money, dude. I don't care. I do not give two.
I know that, but I'm saying like
Red John, please, Red John.
It's a lot.
Roy,
it's a lot because it prevents you from getting so many other players.
But if you but you see, this is where I think it is more important to get top players than an abundance of regular players, because it's the top players that really make the difference, not the regular players.
Right, yeah, but I just
here's the thing.
And also, sorry, one more last thing, and I swear I'll be quiet. You don't have to pay the 130 million all in one rate. Manchester United got Xerxes for 50 million. They're paying him in 4 years.
I'm so glad we did it get Xerxes.
So it's 11 million, 11 million, 11 million. It's not that you have to cash out all at once. Sorry, go ahead, Rajon.
No, what I was gonna say is this: that I don't feel like if we do get these players that we said we are gonna get, you're gonna have a much improved team, in my opinion. You're not gonna have top players, right? But when in the last 15 years have we gotten a top player?
Relative to who?
I was I was talking to a friend of mine after
Are
the
you talking about buying a top player or getting one?
Yeah, buying. Buying a top player in the sense that you go whoever is the best player or one of the best players in the world.
We don't have the money to buy top players. We don't.
Exactly.
We do have the money, guys.
We have the money to spend. I agree. We have money to spend more than we are.
We have money.
I don't think we have 130 million. Like I think we could spend.
We do.
I think I think if we needed to, like for instance, if Julian Alvarez is available for 60 million euros, which is the rumor, then we should 60? Be going. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, that's so low.
There it is.
Then that's the strike.
I agree. But
60 million, you have 60 million, you spend it.
He's going to replace Morata.
Listen, we can spend a lot more money, dude. We can. We choose not to because they don't want.
Exactly. Don't want. But we can spend more money because we are in green, and you can spend right now 200 maybe without even being close to breaching any FFP rules. Mm-hmm. But they don't want to, and this is a concept which I agree 100% with Roy that we should, and I see it from a fan. It's not my money, and I've always been of this idea. I still am, but at the same time, I have to acknowledge the fact that the ownership does not care about this. The ownership wants to win. The ownership wants to win with this method. The method is let's buy a bunch of guys and hope that they do well enough, or one of them becomes good enough for us to win. And I have to acknowledge that, and somehow
I do not acknowledge.
I think I'm in the middle where I think I don't think the team needs to. I understand that Redbird are not going to spend like City and destroy FFP and all that jazz, but at the same time, I look at it like if Julian Alvarez is available from City for 60 million euros, then you have. I know that Milan, as a club, can buy a 60 million euro player, no problem. They can.
Yeah.
They just decide not to.
I agree, but then it's the salary, but then it's the agent.
No, with salary. No. They have it. They have that money. They refuse to spend it. That's the problem.
And listen,
to me, Alvarez, like for instance, the striker market sucks now. Let's be honest. There are very few good strikers. Alvarez is one of those strikers. I personally I never liked Xerxes. He's not my fan, and that we can disagree. But like for me, spending even let's say Xerxes like was not the striker, but Alvarez is that sort of striker. And the fact that we gave Atletico 13 million so that they could use some of that to buy Alvarez is crazy. The only way that, and now they're trying to put it out into reports saying, "Oh well, it's Camarda. We're waiting for Camarda. That's why we're buying Fulkrug or whatever from Germany,
When
and
did
we're
we give
buying
Atletico
Morata."
money? How did we give Atletico money?
We gave them 13 million euros for
For?
Morata, which they're
Oh,
going to.
Morata, right.
Yeah, yeah,
You're right. You're right.
yeah. So the thing is if what we're doing is we're just helping them clear out Morata and his salary so that they can bring in Alvarez. Why aren't we going after Alvarez? Like Camarda is a kid. Look, I love the kid. I want him to be our next superstar striker, and he wins 10 Ballon d'Ors and 60 Champions Leagues. I want that. But like, he's a kid. Like, you need somebody in between.
Yeah,
Like,
but
they're acting like he's a guarantee, and that's not good for a kid. That's not good for a kid.
no, but
Alvarez should
at
be
the same
somebody to
time,
go after.
you improve a lot more in the attack, right? You had Giroud only last season, whereas right now you are gonna have potentially Morata and Füllkrug.
I mean, I hope they work. I hope. I mean, but Alvarez is one of the few strikers I'd spend money on. Xerxes was not one of them. Jonathan David is not one of them. There's the Ukrainian guy. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Dovbik.
Dobrik.
I don't know how to pronounce his name, but yeah. But anyways, guys, I gotta go. It was a pleasure being on here. I've
Yeah, join
listened
us
many
again,
times.
brother.
Yo, I'm big
Sure.
fan. Love you guys. People who listen, you guys are the best. Have a great day, guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
Take care.
Have a
Join
good
us
one.
again.
See you guys.
All right, Red John. What's up, man? Come on. Spill the beans, dude. Stop hiding. You've been hiding all year. All year you've been hiding. Just
Not at
spill
all.
the beans, dude. Just get
Being
it all out.
here, watching Milan get destroyed by Inter. That's it.
Do you think that's going to happen again? Actually, no. Let me ask you this question, because you asked me the players, right? For me, it doesn't change much. For me, the level of a team stays more or less the same. Maybe it can improve a little bit somewhere, maybe, but I think the level of a team stays more or less the same. But you don't.
I disagree with that. Yeah.
And how much do you think it improves?
I think it improves enough for us to demand the Scudetto. This is how I see it.
Yeah, but are you considering that Inter's making moves too? Napoli's making moves. Juventus, they're all making moves. It's not just us. They're all improving on their team. In my opinion, right now, I could be wrong about this, but it's just my opinion right now. Inter, with the roster they have and the addition of Zielinski and Taremi, that they have set themselves apart by far.
I
from the rest.
I don't necessarily agree with that, in the sense that I feel that Inter moved well because they got two experienced players who are both good, right? We were linked with, like, Zielinski is a really good player. We know that for certain.
Yeah,
and Taremi is a player, though, that comes out of a very, very bad season with Porto, the last one.
Yeah, but okay, because we know why he came from a bad season.
Yeah, but
he was out of a project. He was out of a project. But let's look at him before. 150 goal contributions in 180 games. Those numbers are insane.
For sure. And I agree, but at the same
that's
time...
your third choice. That's your third choice.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, yeah, for sure. Yeah, the depth is there, and they are working on the depth. But I feel like this Inter is not going to be the Inter of last season. At least this is how I feel like. And the reason for that is also the fact that I feel that the other teams are getting stronger. Like Milan, if we do get these players, because if we end up not getting all of these players, I don't think it's going to be a successful Mercato. But if we do get all the players, yeah, if we don't get all the players, I don't feel that it's going to be so, because I feel that we need each and every one of them. None of them is a top player. not Morata, not Füllkrug. They are all like Morata and Füllkrug. At least you're going to have some sort of certainty, right? Because both these players are players that score goals, especially Füllkrug. It's like the typical striker, in my opinion, that it's going to work in Italy. Tall, fighting, demanding, inside the box kind of striker. And then you have Morata, which gives you a different dimension, a striker that's going to run more and make use of the free spaces. So in that position, in my opinion, has been hugely improved. As much as I love Giroud as much as the next guy, but Giroud was not the striker with 37 years old. The striker that's yeah.
Well, Giroud came to Milan when he was 33, I think. These
35.
guys, no.
Yeah, he's been here for 2 seasons. 2 seasons he's been here.
No, what?
Three. He came 34.
I think he was 33, then 34, right?
I'm not sure. Let me search.
I think he came to me when he was 33.
He joined in 2021. Let me see when he was born. He's 37 right now, so he came 34. September 30th is his birthday.
Okay, so 34. So they're joining a little they're both joining, towards 31, 32. That for me, that is strange. Getting players that are both the same age, both players that don't have any resale value. This one here for me is very strange. Füllkrug. I don't understand the Füllkrug operation. If you get in Morata, why do you need another player that covers the similar role? Why not go for Abraham? Why not go for a player like that? Someone that is younger, someone that is gives you more of that youth and also that resale, that ability to grow, right? Like these players here are.
But as you said before, I see it as a fan. Like I don't care about reselling the player, right? I only care about the fact that you're going to have 2 strikers who are established in their position, and they're going to have to fight for that role because there's only going to be one starter.
And that's why I don't know if that's going to happen. It's strange to me. The Füllkrug thing is strange to me.
From my perspective, that's a good thing, right? You're going to have 2 strikers who have to actually go and score goals and be super motivated to do it, because if Giroud doesn't score goals for 5 games in a row, you're going to play Giroud again.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely more depth than we had before, for sure. There's no doubt about that. But, also, the thing is but the thing that I'm saying is this.
2 different things. They are not the same kind of striker.
But the thing is this, right? Like, okay, we get in Morata, who's coming for Giroud, and we're getting Füllkrug. But Inter's getting Taremi, right? So the levels are just there. Nothing is changing as far as the levels.
Sure, yeah. Inter improves as well, right? But
right. So the gap, both of us move up, but the gap stays the same.
Yes and no. Yes and no in the sense here that I feel that both of them are going to be an improvement to Giroud, first of all, whoever starts. Because Giroud, because of his old age and the fact that he has always been an immobile striker, has kind of given us disadvantages in some cases, right? At least because it looks like I'm the crazy guy, because everyone has this feeling that Giroud, because we won the league with him, he was a great striker for us. He was a good striker for us.
Well, he scored against the most important goals of the league. He scored.
Yes, for sure, exactly, and he was a success for us. But he was not the top striker that everyone was hoping for, nor did he perform as a top striker that everyone.
Well, I was spot on what to expect on Giroud. What I didn't expect from Giroud was the impact of his goals. That's where he caught me off guard. But as far as numbers, I was pretty spot on with Giroud.
Exactly. So you have a striker who scores 10, 11, 12 goals a season. Right. Now you're going to have Morata, a striker who comes with 18 league goals.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Yes.
No, he doesn't.
Yes,
what are you talking about? But Morata is actually, when it comes to goal contributions, Giroud last season had more goal contributions. Morata, the most he's ever scored in a league was 15 goals, and that was last season. But in Italy, the most he's ever scored was 11 goals. He usually ends his season on low double digits, like between 15 and 10, sometimes 9, sometimes 8. He had a good season last year. Maybe that's a good thing.
18 goals, I think, last season, or 22 goals.
No. In La
I'm
Liga,
not sure.
in La Liga, he scored 15, and that's
15.
the most he's ever scored in the domestic cup. But total, he scored 20 because he scored 5 goals in the Champions League, and he got, I think, a few assists, and I think it was 23 or 24 goal contributions total, while Giroud was at 27, 28. So more or less the same thing. Also, Fulkrug, from what I'm seeing every season, he's not a guy that goes in high double digits. They go in the low double digits. Both of them together, can get to high double digits.
I had the idea that Fulkrug at least used to score goals. How many Fulkrug scored last season?
Yeah, from what I'm seeing here, he scores 14, 27, 18. Then he scored 16, 22, 23. The years before, it was 6, 4, 0. With Dortmund, he scored. Hold on, I got to go to Bundesliga. 12.
Dortmund last season he scored 12, yeah.
Yeah, so both of them are like more or less the same goal contribution with Giroud, because Giroud also is similar to these numbers. Yeah, they're not serial. They're not those super serial type of goal scorers.
Yeah. But I still remain of the same opinion that it's going to be an improvement on Giroud, just
sure,
even based on,
because you got 2 of them now.
Based on age, yeah, and you have 2 of them now.
Yeah,
but also because it kind of also gives you a different dimension in how you want to play the game. Because with Giroud, you have to play a certain way because the striker is immobile, whereas with these two, you can alternate. If you have a game against a team that is gonna park the bus and defend deep, you're gonna play a Fulkrug who's gonna be there, the tall guy who fights for every ball. Whereas if you have a team against, you're playing against a team which presses a bit higher and leaves spaces, you're gonna play with Morata. So in this
yeah,
sense,
it gives you options, no doubt about it.
It gives you options.
No doubt about it.
Are these guys better than Taremi? They are of the same age, if I understand.
Well, Taremi's 32, so I'm looking at Taremi's. I mean, I already knew Taremi, and yeah, they're crazy numbers. Yeah. So, like in 2015, 2016, he scored 16 goals, 16, 17. He scored 18 goals. Then he had a season where he only scored 4 goals, so I don't know what happened there. Then he had 2 seasons where he scored
last season.
5 goals and 8 goals. When he moved to first year in Portugal, he scored 18 goals with 2 assists, then another goal. Then with Porto, he scored. Porto, the first season with Porto, 16 goals, 11 assists, plus another 2 goals.
To also account for the fact that the Portuguese league is not the same level with the German and the Spanish league, right?
Yeah, but these numbers are crazy.
Has good top teams, so to say, but then the rest of the league is not necessarily. I'm not saying that Taremi is not a good player. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, no, he's got big numbers. Like then he went 20 goals, and then 25 goals total in all comp. No, 20. Oh, close to 27 plus 12 assists. So he's going like in close to 40 goal contributions in one season. He does crazy numbers. Crazy. And then he had 22 goals, 7 assists. Last season, he had 6 goals and 4 assists. But whatever. It just says that, Inter has also, stepped up. So it's not like we are, my argument is not like we are decreasing the gap. And as far as the
Yeah,
midfield too, even Zielinski, I mean, Zielinski is a really good player. Do we agree on this?
yes, he is a really good player. But was he a starter for Napoli last season?
Well, I mean,
I
he
don't
was
think
on
so.
his way out. He was on his way
Yeah.
out. They didn't even put him in. But I mean, now they have Zielinski, they have Çalhanoğlu, they have Frattesi, they have Barella,
Yeah.
they have Mkhitaryan. Asllani now is a player. Asllani is ready now. Asllani now is
Why?
going to be a new player.
Why?
What do you mean why?
But why is he ready now?
Because now he's not a young player anymore. Now he's what, 23, 24. He's had experience,
Yeah,
played with the national team. Like now he's ready. So
oh yeah, but the Inter has a really good midfield. There's nothing to do about it.
we
I feel
have
like our
to.
midfield is going to improve as well, right? Because now finally we're going to have a DM in case these guys actually buy them. Huh? We are talking with the presumption that they are going to buy them.
No, you are talking. I'm
I
not.
am. I am talking with assuming that we will buy everyone that we have put our eyes.
Like right now, I
at
just
this
saw Nico put up something. What did he say? Atletico Madrid in for Pavlovic, and they're willing to offer.
Yeah. More,
Asking,
of course.
Salzburg's asking for Redbird offered 18. Yeah, so once we get in the bidding wars, I don't have faith that we are going to win based on the past. Even with Maldini, we saw it. When it comes to this team, the bidding wars, yeah, not a good record.
I agree.
Not a good record.
I agree with them, but for the sake of continuing the conversation, let's assume that we do get them. If we do get them, I feel our midfield improves. Fofana is going to be a player that is going to do the DM part finally, a replacement for Kessie 5 years later, right? And then you are also going to have a guy which excites me. Like from these signings, the only guy that excites me is Summerstitch, because you are going to have now a player who knows how to touch the ball, who knows how to pass the ball, who knows how to open up play. And I feel the improvement from last season, where you had Loftus-Cheek and when Benacer was there, Benacer, you're going to have now two guys who are going to fill in for the positions or for the type of players that we need in those positions.
Yeah, I mean, obviously someone is leaving, so who's leaving?
I hope Benacer leaves.
Okay, but Benacer is probably our best midfielder. No,
I'm certainly not last season, but even overall, like Benacer has this thing that he first of all gets injured a lot, which is
that's true.
a big problem. But also the fact that have you heard Guido talk about Theo when he says that Theo has only one leg? Yeah, 1 foot.
Yeah.
I exactly. I do the same argument, but I feel that it's more important for a midfielder to have 2 foot, 2 feet, not one, because
Benacer has only 1 foot.
Oh, is this even up for argument? Have you ever seen him use his right foot?
I don't think I've ever noticed that he needed to use his left foot. I think Benacer is a really good player. I don't have any problems with Benacer.
For sure, I'm not hating on Benacer. I'm just saying that
I think he's our best midfielder, actually.
I don't think that, but I feel that Benacer, due to his injury problem, but also due to the fact that a midfielder has to use both feet, because you lose tempo if you need to adjust the ball, so you put it on your left so you can finally use the ball. You lose tempo on that. And if you add Summerstitch, I feel like, because these guys are all bets, right? Like they might come and they might all be shit.
I like Summerstitch. I think, listen, yeah, I do agree. I think, but not Summerstitch. That's not the guy that makes a difference. I think the difference would be a muscle player that can actually do the job. We got to see if Fofana can do the job first. In theory, he should, But also, he's not like the top guy in that position. He's not even in the maybe top 5, So, and
No,
that's
but
a thing.
listen, Fofana, for example, he is not Rodri, right? Let's be clear about that. I don't expect him to be Rodri, to not only defend very well, but also be the brain of the team, right? We are not getting that guy. We're not getting Busquets. We're getting a Kessie, hoping that he's going to do good. This is who we're getting. And I feel like ever since Kessie left, we have missed that kind of a player that goes, fights, and does the dirty job that no one wants to do. Certainly, Reinders is not that guy.
No.
Even though I feel
Reinders would never get dirty. He plays with Mocassini. How do you say Mocassini? Mocassins? Yeah, you can't get the Mocassins dirty.
Yeah. So the idea is, by the way, the Reinders, I feel, had a good European. In my opinion, one of the best players for Holland. So he is a good player. He's not Rijkaard, but he's a good player who might play his role in our midfield. So I feel that with these signings, our midfield gets completed. Now, when it comes to the defense, it's another topic because I don't know Pavlovic well. I haven't seen a full game of Pavlovic. I hear that he's a good player. He's tall, and he's left-footed. So maybe finally we're going to play with the left-footed defender and the tall defender as well. Because
his feet are nothing special, but he's got a big body. He knows how to use it. He's aggressive.
Yeah.
He is a player that likes to get dirty. I think in the end, nothing really. Listen, my opinion, and I think nothing changes. I think things are more or less going to be the same. I think things change when you bring in top Gs. That's when things change.
Yeah, but we are not going to do that, Rory. Sorry to disappoint you and myself as well. I was talking to a friend a couple of days ago when Mbappe did the presentation for Milan. I was asking, when was the last time that we did this kind of a presentation for a player? And I think the last time we did it was Ibrahimovic, 2011.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. That's such a great example right there.
Yeah, because ever since we have not bought anyone who would excite the fan base. You've always either gotten people who are down on their luck and are coming to you hoping to revive their career, or people that no one knows who might turn out to be good or whatever, but they don't excite the fan base when you first get them.
Yeah. So we'll see. But anyway, the market is still long. We'll see what happens. We'll see who they get. We'll see how the other teams react. Maybe the other teams flop. That's also another thing that can happen.
Yeah. What I'm going to say is this. If we do get these players, I give this Mercato a 7.5 out of 10.
7.5?
Yeah.
Woo! You know the season that we won the Scudetto, you know what rating I gave the Mercato?
Probably low.
Guess.
6, 5.
This is before the season we won this, right? The summer, and then the season we won the Scudetto. Yeah. So that Mercato.
Who did we even get that season? Now that I'm thinking, we only got Giroud.
Well, I mean, it was also the confirmation of the loanees and all that stuff.
Yeah, Giroud, Brahim, we confirmed the loan. And then I cannot really think of anyone else.
Tomori was confirmed.
Tomori was confirmed. Yeah, it was the season in which I was complaining that we bought no one. We just confirmed what we already had.
Yeah, Tonali. And then Messias. We brought in Messias. Florenzi. Yeah. We brought in Florenzi. And guess what rating I give it? Guess.
And I'm going to change it, a 4.
No, are you ready? You ready to hear it?
Tell me.
10 out of 10. You see, my analysis are fucking insane. I knew we were going to win that season. because of the team that they built.
There's no way that you gave it a 10. Like, why would
I
you?
give it a 10. I can prove it. I can find the video and I can prove it.
Is this? Like, why would you give that?
My skills are crazy good. Dude.
Why would you give that Mercato? We only got 0.
Because I saw the team we had and the players they confirmed, and I compared it to the other teams, and I was like, yeah, we're gonna win it. We're gonna win it.
Yeah, but we didn't have a better team than Inter. Let's not kid ourselves.
We had a better team, maybe not a better squad.
A better team in the sense motivation and everything included. Okay,
in
sure,
the sense of all of that, yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But I was convinced we were going to win. So you see, like my Milan analysis are always spot on, dude. Always.
Yeah. Now tell me the grade you give this Mercato if we get all of these players.
Right now my instinct is to say 5.5.
Come on. Come on. Like, are we being serious now?
I am. I'm being serious. Yeah, I'm being serious.
Nah. Listen, we are not getting any top G because we are not going to get any top G as long as we have.
Yeah, I know that. I know.
People in charge who are not here to win, are here to make money. And I've made my peace with that. Since that, there's nothing you can do about that. But all things considered, I feel if we do get all these guys, it's a good Mercato. You improved your attack by a certain amount. I'm not saying by a huge amount, but I have I have reason to believe that two 32-year-olds who played in good leagues and in good teams are going to improve on a 37-year-old who was good for us. I have reason to believe that getting a DM finally is going to put less pressure on the defenders, which were fucking disgusting to watch last season. And I also hear that we changed and also you get a new defender who apparently is a good one. I don't know him. I'm going to believe people who have watched it and say he's good and hoping that it does good for us. But most importantly, you also removed some of the physical preparators that we had last season. So hopefully we're not going to again have Tomori out for half of the season. We're not going to have half of our players, or come November, half of the team is in the hospital. Subscribe there. So this is also, in my opinion,
actually, that's a good point, man, because it's something that Guido mentions it sometimes, but we don't talk about it much. But it is something that we want to see how that changes, if it changes also.
Yeah.
Because listen, to me, the injuries is pre-Pioli. It's not a Pioli thing.
Yeah.
These injuries have been happening for decades almost.
For a decade, yeah. Like,
so
when we first did Milan Lab, we were the guys, right? Like, we were the new, like, everyone was talking about how Milan Lab was the thing. And then ever since, I think Milan Lab became a butcher shop. And you would only see nothingness.
Yeah. Something happened there. Okay, so let's talk about the game. Did you see it?
I didn't see the game, so it's kind of hard for me to talk about the game.
Okay, all right. Well, listen. In my expertise tells me that it's going to be the same as Pioli. Not much is going to be different. It's going to be more or less the same. Like, very few things are going to be different.
But how can you expect the team to know exactly what to do 2 weeks in, 3 weeks in with Fonseca?
Because I know his style of play is very simple. It's a very simple style of play. It's what Pioli was doing. It's basically the standard 4-2-3-1, turn it into a 3-1-5-1.
But what if Milan management saw what Inter did in getting in Inzaghi after Conte, which the quality of the coaches dropped massively there, right? Because you remove Conte and you get the coach who had won nothing, but you want to keep it consistent. What if they are doing the same and they are
That's
trying
why
to
I
keep?
think. That's why I think they did it. Yeah, that was one of the first time when we saw the masterclass with Antonio. It was a stream we did about a month ago. It was like, okay, well, it totally makes sense. It's exactly the same thing. He speaks the words he speaks the language of Redbird, and he works for a data company. He's the ambassador of a data company. He talks a lot about data and all of these things. And as far as his formation and his style of play, he was very clear about how he plays and all of that. And so it made perfect sense. Yeah, they spent a shitload of money last season to buy players for that system. It doesn't. They're going to get a coach that plays that system. I think that's why they did it.
Is this a positive or a negative?
Negative, because we don't have the players. I think it's a negative because we should be playing a little bit more pragmatic based on the squad we have. I think you want to play like this, you got to get the best players. If you want to get this level of players, then you got to be more humble. Let's put it that way. That's my opinion.
No, I understand that.
Yeah. All right. So, anything else?
Nothing. I said what I wanted to say.
Are you happy with Albania?
I mean, what more could you have asked from us? To be honest, I think we played well. To be honest,
You're satisfied?
Even satisfied. It's the same thing as what we were saying before. I don't expect us to buy Mbappe at the moment, not with this management. It's the same thing for Albania. I don't expect us to go and.
Were you proud? Were you proud to be an Albanian during the Euros?
I'm always proud to be.
Well, there you go.
What I am.
There you go.
But the thing is that we should have won the game against Croatia. It's absolutely a failure that we didn't. We played so much better. We could have scored 3 goals in the first half, but fucking Aslani cannot fucking score a tap-in.
Aslani fucked up? Oh shit!
One to one against a goalkeeper. I don't know why the fuck he fumbled that shit. And not just him. We had chances after chances after chances, and then in 2 minutes, and this is maybe due to experience. In 2 minutes, you just fuck everything up, and you get 2 goals, which were both very avoidable. And I also think the coach kind of fucked up because the players that came in were at fault for both goals that we conceded. But hey, at least they recovered and they got a draw. But then against Spain, we also played well, by the way. But Spain had like 10 reserve players playing.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even against the real Spain there. It was.
Albania gave Italy hope, but I guess it wasn't real.
No, but also against Italy, I feel like the early goal didn't serve us well.
No, because then the team just going to drop back.
Exactly. I think we just played like we just gave up. We were like, okay, we scored the goal. We have now 95 more minutes to defend. Like what?
Right.
Like you cannot interpret the game like that.
Let me ask you one more question. Germany, you're in Germany.
Yes.
What was the reaction of the Germans after they got totally robbed out of the Euro?
That's a funny one. Yeah, I mean, you watched the game, right? I felt like Germany deserved to win the game.
Yeah, they were totally robbed.
They played a lot better than Spain, in my opinion, especially after conceding the first goal. They played really, really good, and they could have scored a lot of goals. But yeah, I feel this is football, man. Like Maradona has won a World Cup, scoring a goal with his hand. So this shit happens in football.
But how the Germans? How did the media react to it? What did they accept it gracefully? Did they accept it gracefully, or were they pissed off?
No, they were pissed pissed as fuck.
Oh, come on, dude.
Pissed as fuck because that was a penalty, bro. Like that was broad daylight robbery. I don't know how they can
That was
justify it.
absolute robbery.
Korea was playing volleyball there, so I cannot.
And England is the coach, the referee is English too, and he did a similar call against in the Europa League final. He did a similar call
where he didn't give a penalty
for exactly like that, exactly the same, and they brought that up in the post matches.
Huh.
Yeah.
At least he's consistent, right?
Right. At least he's consistent. And okay, so what about Spain and England? Are you happy that Spain won and your girlfriend now is happy?
Yeah. I was just against the English. To be fair.
Wow, are you racist against the English?
No. Yeah, I hate gingers.
Oh my God.
No, bro.
Wow.
No, bro. The thing is that
I didn't know.
England didn't deserve to even be there. Like they got lucky as fuck against Slovakia. They got very, very lucky.
Yeah, God, Slovakia, you almost did it. Oh,
exactly. They were lucky against Romania as well. So
I didn't see that game.
I don't even know how they went there. The only game that they played well and they deserved to win, it was against the Johnny Reinders. They deserved to win. Yeah, they deserved to win against Holland. They played better, but even there, they had to suffer.
Why is Johnny Rangers one of the best midfielders in the Euro? What did he do that was so special?
No, but he played really good in all the games, but the game against England.
No,
I
saw 3 games. I saw 3 games of his. Austria, he got bullied like a bitch, badly. No, I'm not joking. I'm not making it. The whole of Holland got bullied like a bitch. To be honest with you, Austria is a very strong team. So he got subbed out early. Then they played against Romania, and he got a lot of praise for that game. I didn't see that game, but I know he got a lot of praise for that game. And then I saw the game against England. It was, it wasn't anything special.
No, against England, he didn't play nothing special. But against Austria, I don't feel like he got bullied. I feel that the whole team was not doing well because Austria was just really good. And actually, I'm surprised that Austria got eliminated by Turkey. But anyhow,
I thought they were the better team on that bracket.
Yeah, me too. And they also finished first, so
yeah,
they deserved. I don't know.
Yeah.
At the end, the team that played the best in the tournament overall won it. And
yeah, Spain for sure.
By the way, and when Spain won, I wanted to ask you this, but slipped my mind. But I'm going to ask you now: how is it possible that Spain, not made of players from Real Madrid and Barcelona as their starting material, does go and win and plays well, whereas when Italy does not have players from Juventus and Inter and Milan in loads, they tend to not do as well. Even though you can say, "Oh, but we won the last European," and still we didn't have many players from Juventus and Milan and Inter. But I would argue that last time around we had a lot more from Juventus and Inter.
Well, but I mean, Spain had a lot of players from big teams, though. Rodri, Man City, Morata, Atletico Madrid, Yamil Amal, Barcelona. I know Nico Williams is in. I know he's not in a big team. The midfield, it's all big teams, right?
Yeah,
it's all Man City, Barcelona. It's all Guardiola,
Barcelona, Man City. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean those are big teams.
Yeah.
The defense, I guess maybe you can make an argument for the defense.
And defensively, they were top notch, in my opinion.
Yeah, listen, Spain, the whole country is on the same wavelength as far as developing players and the football they play. They all know what they want to do. They've been doing that forever. So, they're always going to play like that. But those players play in big teams. They play in big teams.
Well, what about Rodri, man? What a fantastic player Rodri is, right?
Yeah, he's good.
Really, really good.
Yeah, even Fabian Ruiz was really good.
Fabian Ruiz was really good. And by the way, when he was at Napoli, was he ever?
I thought he was really good.
Yeah, but was he ever part of the Spanish team, national team? I feel like ever since he went to PSG, he's been part of the starting lineup and being called.
I remember seeing him play against Italy in the U21s. So I think he was in the U21 when he was in Napoli.
All right.
I think, yeah. Fabian Ruiz. Let me see. Fabian Ruiz is 28. When was he at Napoli? 18, 19. No. So where did I see him? I don't know. Oh, yeah, Spain under 21, 17, 19. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe he got in the team, towards the last years. Maybe the last two. Or, yeah, maybe he got in the team. I don't know. He wasn't a starter. Reindeers performed okay against the small teams and disappeared when it mattered.
But you can say that about anyone. If they lose, that's when you lose and you get disqualified. That's the match that matters.
Who triggers you the most in the WhatsApp chat?
No one.
Come on, bro. Bullshit.
The Austrian guy.
Flynn.
Because I mean, the Austrian guy says random stuff.
I love Flynn, dude. Oh shit, he's crazy.
But for real, he is like, the Milan of Berlusconi was better. No shit, bro.
He's ambitious.
We know. He's ambitious. I don't think anyone here would be against us getting Mbappe. So I agree.
Mbappe.
We should get Mbappe.
All right, I gotta go. So, Red John, you should join us more often. I'm happy that you're back available talking to us. You've come back from your spiritual journey, and now you're joining us a little bit more. That's great.
All right, my man. Have a good one.
All right. Peace out. Everybody in chat, thank you for joining us today. We'll see you next time. Alla prossima. Arrivederci. Ciao and Forza Milan. Bye.